To begin, I just want to say welcome to all of our board members, our staff. We have some guests that are joining us from out of town that we'll formally introduce later on in our meeting. And to our association representation and folks online, including Rod Hall, who is our USBE liaison. So welcome, everyone. It's good to see all of you today. So let's go ahead and begin. Member Hutchings, thank you for just being willing to lead us in the pledge today.
Let's stand and repeat the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. We do have a board member thought today from Member Pulsifer. I was excited to see that on the agenda. Pass it to you.
Okay, thank you. You know, I've often said that teachers are my heroes. I appreciate the hard work they do and the difference they make in the lives of young people. My third grade teacher was one of those really amazing teachers. The first day of school was the first time my mother and I had met her, and my mother signed up to help in the classroom so she could find out a little bit more about this new teacher. It didn't take her long to appreciate this teacher. This great teacher looked at each child as a unique individual and was to determine their strengths and weaknesses. She saw talents in each one of the children and found ways to nurture and develop these talents. She told my mother that I had a talent to organize and asked me to create a program about a country we were studying and organize the class, giving each student a part in the program. As an adult, I'm amazed that she could see this talent in me at such an early age that I didn't see until I got older. As an adult, 2 years later, my brother had the same teacher. She told my mother, Barry has such a good sense of humor. I give him a few minutes each day to make the kid goof off and make the kids laugh. Yeah, funny, huh? They love it. My mother was astonished at this teacher's response, knowing that she could have easily said that Barry was disruptive at class and kept the students from their work. Anyone knows my brother today knows that he has a talent to make people laugh. The most remarkable memory I have of this teacher was the day she had the twins in my class stand. As a third grader, it was clear to me that these two boys were challenged academically. They struggled to read and do math and were generally at the bottom of the class. This teacher had these boys stand and told us that these boys were great students and had both received 100% on their spelling tests. She told us that they had great abilities and she was very pleased with them. I was shocked. I looked at them and they both stood taller and had bigger smiles than I had ever seen before. Perhaps I've misjudged them, I thought. My view of them and probably their view of themselves completely changed that day, thanks to this amazing teacher. I think of this often when I hear about great educators operating schools and classrooms that are intended to help students who struggle in some way. I see them identify challenges and develop ways to help these students reach their full potential. I see the ways they reach out with various methods to help students develop talents and skills. Looking at each student as a unique individual is a hallmark of our great charter schools. It is so important to help every student reach their potentials. I appreciate the great work these teachers do and these great charter schools. They are my heroes.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Member Pulsifer. I do appreciate that. In fact, I was at a community council meeting yesterday in a local high school, and we were talking about this very thing. And fact that you remember so,
Mhm,
so explicitly
mhm.
those moments and really forming who you are. I mean, I love that it was organized and then look at where you are now and just, we were in a meeting earlier in the week where, it was very organized and I really appreciate that, but also the insight, the care and the talent of incredible educators. So
Mm.
thank you for sharing that.
Mhm.
Um, we are publishing these member thoughts in our newsletters, so please be sure to send that
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, send it to Amy Pace.
Send it to Amy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Amy's not.
she's
in here.
actually at
Okay,
an event for us.
Okay, great.
She's representing us today.
Thank
okay.
you so much. Thank you
Uh-huh.
so much. I really do love that we have this part of our meetings. It allows us all to share our insights and our thoughts, which I think is a adds to the inspiration that we can bring to our work, not just the business.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, with that, do we have any public comment today?
Andrea said I wasn't.
Okay, just to be sure, I don't think anybody's online.
No.
Okay, excellent. We do need to approve our consent calendar. Originally, we thought that there was going to be 3 items on that consent calendar. It has been modified to only 2. Because I believe that the expenditure that was on there came in less than what was necessary. Is
Yeah,
that correct?
that is,
Okay,
yeah.
great. And so we have that with our meeting minutes and our monthly budget. And so I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll make the motion to approve the consent calendar.
Great, thank you. Is a second?
I'll second.
Okay, great, from Member Bassett. All those in favor and approve our consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Excellent. Okay, motion passes and we approve our consent calendar. With that, moving on, I'm going to turn it over to you, Dr. Green.
Thank you very much. In the executive director's report, wanted to start off with, if you recall, we've always had some board updates and then some team updates. Board meaning our 7th composition of 6 right now, soon to be 7 board members. And then our team representing the 10 of us that work for you. One of the enhancements that we'll have in meetings going forward is that we'll have a separate pullout for committee reports.
Right.
Okay, so we didn't incorporate that quite yet. So inside of the executive director's report today is the committee reports. And there's very few because the time between our September board meeting and our October board meeting, remember, was so tight. So we do know that there were 2 active committees or 2 meetings between our last meeting and this meeting. And so with that, would love to have our committee leads. That's what we call the leads in our committees. And then after that, these committee reports, I'll kind of walk us through just our committee work and where we're currently at. But prior to doing that, executive committee, we've been meeting, as you know, routinely, both in reoccurring meetings and then as needed meetings. Appreciate your support and leadership, Chair Spiker, Vice Chair Olson. Our authorization committee did not meet. Our oversight committee did not meet. Our finance committee did meet. So Lead Biesinger, turning it over to you, just if there's a report or anything to share out with the rest of our board.
Just briefly, and I think it was kind of noted on the consent agenda, but we just discussed and coalesced around the idea of the $75,000 hurdle rate for something to come from kind of administration to the board. And as was noted, I think that the one thing kind of percolating there right now is the IT expense, which I know that is important to get in place. And that, while originally thought it would be above that threshold, I think we priced below, which is great.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
So nothing more, I think, from the finance committee though.
Yeah. Always good to meet with with the finance committee, and we do meet just about every month, once, maybe twice. So thank you. And then the legislative committee, the other day met. And so Member Pulsifer, if you could share out what happened in that committee.
Yes, we talked about was there's a committee in that USB has put together that actually has been going on for quite some time, and it used to be called the Reports and Requirements Committee. And actually I ran the legislation to start that. Have very good, strong feelings about reducing reports. So now it's been changed. The name of the committee has been changed to Administrative and Transparency Task Force. And it's being led by another legislator and member of USBE, Cindy Davis. And so I represent the charter board on that committee. And what they want to do, what the chair wants to do in that committee is to make a list on a calendar of all the reports required. I think that's a little bit funny because the reason why all of this effort started was a number of years ago, there was an audit done and they were determining how many reports were required. And the auditors, who usually don't miss much of anything, said, we can't count them all. There's so many that's what the audit said, is we can't count them all. So that's when we kind of started down this path in this effort to reduce the amount. And we have reduced quite a few things. It's been a good effort, but we did find a lot of nuances and a lot of places where these are coming from that are unexpected. So I think it'll be an interesting thing to try to identify them, since they couldn't be identified in the past. But I think it's a good effort to try to do that if we can be anywhere close to accurate. And actually, Kim Frank's on that committee too, and she and I talked to, once we get going on this and they start making lists, we're gonna try to make sure that boots on the ground, local charter directors take a look at it and say, oh, but what about this, and what about this, and what about this? So anyway, I think it's be good. I think it'll be enlightening for a lot of people, including legislators and so on. And really state board members and so on to understand that. So that's really what's happening. There's another committee that was put together, a task force, because of legislation this last year. And it is kind of covering a similar subject. It is school data. Well, the bill of school data amendments. It's the task force. A number of years ago, they decided to create a data system in the state board. You sure remember that allows people to have their own systems, but that will link them all together to try to help us have it easier to get data. The idea is to make it easier to get data. This bill is trying to look at eliminating all the individual data systems and have one statewide data system, which has some pros and cons. As you know.
Yeah.
And so it seems, I'm sure to a legislator that makes sense, we should just do that. But when you're actually in a local LEA, you can see why that might not be the best idea. So that task force is working also. And they're also trying to reduce the amount of reports, but that's, I think, their way of trying to do it. So that one is going. There are some local charter people on that task force as well. So we'll be watching that group too. So that's my report.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And then with the Innovation Committee, didn't meet with the tight window between the two meetings. And so in future meetings, just know that each committee will have a standing agenda item. It'll no longer be embedded in the executive director's report. And that's per our executive committee and the input from our full board. This gives committees a chance to report on goals, work completed, and then I know this is small print, so that's why I'm kind of reading some of this. Recommendations. That is one of the primary functions of committees, is to provide recommendations for the full board. Our executive committee, as we know, our lead is Chair Spiker and Vice Chair Olson. I've put together very brief purpose statements because our board has been really hungry for like, what's the purpose? And I think we need to build that out going forward. If you remember, these committees were dormant just 2 years ago. And so we are really reigniting, reactivating, and these committees are hard at work. Can you go back to the other slide, Amber? Not quite there yet. Executive leads Utah's public charter school authorization work in alignment with state statute, USBE rules, state charter school board bylaws and policies, and recommends agenda items for the full board. That probably should say makes the agenda items. Our authorization committee, currently, we have a lead that is kind of vacant right now, and that's because we had the turnover on our board. The members are Olson and Hutchings is now part of this committee, and they review and recommend charter agreements and authorization actions between the state charter school board and LEAs. It's just a very brief purpose statement. Again, I know our board was interested in kind of hearing and seeing the gist of each, and we can build those out a little bit. The oversight committee's lead is member Biesinger, with member Bassett also being on that committee. They apply the State Charter School Board Accountability Framework to review and recommend oversight actions for LEAs to the full board. The Finance Committee, lead Biesinger, member Pulsifer, reviews, manages, and monitors the State Charter School Board budget and financial performance, and recommends budget action to the full board. Legislative lead is Pulsifer. There's 2 other members that are part of our legislative committee, member Spiker, our Chair Spiker, and member Biesinger. They set and respond to legislative priorities and recommend strategies, actions, and positions to the full board to advance the State Charter School Board's legislative agenda. And then the innovation lead is Bassett, and the members is vacant. We need to fill that particular one. Draft the annual innovation report. We have just one so far that we've done. It was an inaugural one. And support the LEA innovation efforts. So we wanted to put together this slide because we think it's a nice change between the executive director was kind of presenting this, and it's now becoming the committee's really their initiative and their work. And we're here to facilitate and encourage it, but it's a nice handoff moment. So next slide then. So then today, some other executive director report items for today. In all the upcoming meetings, you'll see these 5 components this year. We've been working on what the structure of the executive director's report would look like going forward. And so you can expect to still hear some board updates, hear some team updates. We will look at strategic goals and how we're doing against those goals. In fact, that's right in the middle. You'd almost call that the burger in the middle of the hamburger part of our executive director reports going forward. And then anything that's upcoming that our board should be aware of, and then celebrations. So first today for the board updates, if you could go to the next slide, Amber, just briefly, and then we'll return to this slide. And then one more, it's just a little, so our board member replacement, this is for the Rebecca Cisneros seat. Just wanted to give an update to our full board because we know that you're plugged into when are we going to have another member. And per code, and it's listed there, this is a board position that's nominated by an organization representing Utah's charter schools. We have 2, we're fortunate. They both nominated an individual. Then to make sure in statute, it says they need expertise in developing or administering a charter school. Not all board members need to have this second one. In fact, our newest member Hutchings needed to come via a recommendation from the USBE, but this seat needs that second bullet point. And then it needs to have a governor appointment. And the governor has now appointed Nathan Marshall, and he's the executive director at Providence Hall, and he has been for several years. We've been talking with Nate Marshall and just kind of getting him ready for what will be the timeline here is the Senate confirmation on or about. Sometimes they adjust last minute. If you're a lawmaker, I guess you can adjust your schedule just a little bit here and there. But October 15th seems like the Senate confirmation date for the appointment of Nate Marshall, which means that we'd have our 7th voting state charter school board member. It's pending the Senate confirmation for our November meeting. And then at that November meeting, we'll also bring the pomp and circumstance. We're all lieutenant governor. We'll have the official swearing in, and we will, I think, have our own notary at that time, because I know Andrea's working on getting her credentials to be our notary. If not, we'll contract in one more time. But that'll be a great event to swear in both of our members. Back 2 slides, Amber. We also have, as a board update, pretty soon we'll be doing board bylaw review again. Last year, our Vice Chair Spiker led on that. This year, per our bylaws, the bylaws will be done, really led by Vice Chair Olson. And that'll be part of our work coming up in the next few months. Our team update for today, I wanted to pull one out, is that we've been receiving some professional development and some high-level work from Onyx. Onyx is the group that has provided some training for us in the past. And they're providing training for us with EOS or traction implementation. We have the same gentleman, and he comes with a lot of energy, but he also comes very structured. And so I know that our team gathered together less than a month ago right here and had a full day of working with Onyx. If you go to the next slide, Amber, one of the things is that we do is we're issue assassins. That's one of the things that we are as a team. And that comes from EOS. And as an issue assassin, that means we don't sweep anything under the rug. We are acknowledging that we need solutions to a whole host of issues. And we want to efficiently identify those issues, discuss those issues, and solve those issues. Yeah.
Could you just clarify, what does IDS stand for and EOS?
You got
For
it.
just everybody that's here today.
Yeah.
And me.
So for EOS, and I'll pass these around, the acronym stands for Education Operating Systems. And the traction really provides a systematic way for us to go from good to great as an organization, to borrow from Jim Collins. IDS is a way to address issues, a systematic research-based way, so that we don't just sit around and talk about issues and never resolve them. We identify them as a team, we discuss them as a team, and then we solve them as a team.
Awesome.
Yep.
Thank
And
you.
we've applied this. It takes a little while to get a new thing in place, but we now have applied this to great efficiency and effectiveness on probably 2 or 3 different occasions. We clarified some internal process with our communications. We were doing a little too much texting and Teams and email, and we need to kind of coalesce around one thing. So as a team, we identified the issue, we discussed the issue, we solved the issue.
Thank you.
Yeah. Back a slide. That's team update. We're really excited about that work. The State Charter School Board does have some goals that you've directed to me as your executive director that I share with our associate executive director and share with the full team. And so those goals that we've been working on is what I just talked about, EOS and traction implementation, specifically the IDS process. Another thing that we're actively working on is going to be the implementation of our newly minted accountability framework. We are collecting baseline data We are working on really executing our year one plan according to that. It's a high goal so that operationally that we don't just have an accountability framework, but we're using an accountability framework. 2 slides later, Amber, I know we're moving around quite a bit. Sorry. One more. We have first goal right now is to implement the entrepreneurial operating system and develop a comprehensive executive director evaluation system. That is a stated goal that Chair worked on with me and wanted to make sure that transparently was out there for our whole board to know. We're going to work on this likely today with our facilitators. And so we can get into it more perhaps. Goal 2, implement the accountability framework, what I just talked about, with a focus on supporting LEA governance. The framework, remember, has 3 singular frameworks: governance, financial, and also the academic. The biggest initiative right now is the governance part of that framework. So we're really focused in on that. And then suggested, even starting last night at a dinner that I had, and then as I wanted to get to work last night, like right away after having dinner with our partners, we're going to learn more about it. But how do we dream bigger? How do we conceive what's possible? And so suggested, we may have, borrowing from Jim Collins, the birth of some big, hairy, audacious goals for me as your executive director to execute and do the work of you, the board. So that's to be continued later on today. And then if you go back a slide, Amber, we're nearly done. And one more back, and one more back. Upcoming, we have the NACSA conference. If you're going, raise your hand. Yay, it's going to be amazing. We have some presenters there, co-presenters. I know that Associate Director Marie Stephenson, did you want to talk about that co-presentation at all?
Co-presenting with Wested and with Leveragex. So we're excited to be part of both of those presentations at the conference.
Yeah. And I had to ask Chair if she's presenting again because she presents at nearly every conference.
We'll be cheering on that.
be there cheering. We're looking forward to being together. We're looking forward to learning, to grab inspiration, and to take that inspiration for the work in Utah. And then celebrations, I wanted to put down and share with you all that our partnership with USBE has been extraordinary. And that's good because we're partners. I know Liaison Rod Hall, are you watching this morning? I know you have other engagements today.
Yes, I am, Paul.
Sir, thank you. We're celebrating that you call me, you text, you let us know what's going on at USBE. And oftentimes what's going on at USBE now is charter school work. And so that phone call just yesterday even was so exciting because you're a liaison bringing the charter voice to the work that education is doing. Did you want to say anything? We appreciate you, Rod.
No, I really love the team, and it's an honor to be able to serve together with you guys. Thank you for the opportunity.
We have this type of interaction, don't we, team? Almost all the time with all of the USBE folks, including issues. So we have issues. We're not just, pie in the sky and kumbaya. We are addressing real issues with members of USBE, and together we're working through them. So want to thank the board over there. They had a great board meeting last week, Thursday, leadership with new superintendent Molly Hart, the chair Hymas, just the whole team. We can't help but say that we really feel like partners in this work. I think that concludes the executive director's report, and you'll see these 5 components show up so it feels even more structured than what it has been, including that middle burger part, that meat part, which is going to be the goals and the reflection and evaluation against goals. So, Chair, any questions, comments, anything else?
No, thank you. I appreciate, I just want to say too, I appreciate to the board members, your willingness and it is part of our responsibility to do some of this committee work. But it makes a big difference. And I know though it's added time into your life with these meetings, it allows us though to really take I think specific targeted approach to issues and needs that then we can then bring back to the full board. So I want to say thank you for that. And I'm glad that you'll continue to see that roll into our meetings. And I'm really looking forward to the conference. It was a fantastic opportunity last year for all of us to learn and grow and connect. And so again, thank you all. I know for some of you, it's really challenging to go. We'll be sure you will be with us all in spirit. That is for sure. And for our newer board members, know this is on our radar every fall. We try to attend this this conference.
Yeah.
So I have my boots. Ready to go.
My boots.
It's in Houston, that's why. Yeah.
And it was that last year where we really started doing more work with NACSA folks. And, they were even at our 25 and 2025 event.
But also we have so much to offer and share that we've learned. So I think it can be such a reciprocal, beneficial relationship when we engage like just on a national scale. So. Okay, so with that, we're just a little bit behind, but thank you everyone for working with us. I want to move in now. We have a discussion and an action item. We have a waiver request recommendation for American Leadership Academy. So I would like to invite up Jennifer Fulton and Richard Morley if to come on up. Not sure who's here. Great, perfect. Come on up or online. And just for board purposes, just a little bit more context, and then I can turn it over to staff. They are requesting renewal of its 3-year USBE waiver for Board Rule 277419. And as part of this process, ALA is going to just share with us briefly about the waiver's impact and success, and which we'll vote on whether to recommend the continuation to USBE.
Excellent.
And thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us, and
Yeah.
thank you, board and directors. It's nice to be here with you today. I'm Rich Morley from American Leadership Academy. We applied for the waiver to Board Rule R 277-419-4 almost 9 years ago now. So we've been doing this for a little while. And when we first started, our goal was to better fulfill our mission of innovation. Well, the state's mission for charter schools in innovation, engagement, and our personal mission statement is to partner with parents for a comprehensive educational experience. This idea of a 4-day week actually came out of a discussion with our staff members back when Governor Herbert was promoting the 4-day school or 4-day work week. Our goal in doing so was not to save money. It was not to try to do anything other than to target the needs of students and families. And so what I would like to present today is just our survey, our findings, and then some of the things that we've been able to accomplish on those Fridays, that we've set aside. So in our survey of faculty, what we found is that 83.6% have an overall satisfaction with the Friday impact on instruction. This is these numbers are those that felt that it was very positive to positive is 83.6% from faculty and staff. Professional development, they felt like there was a 65.6% increase in professional development. And 77% felt that there was increased student engagement. That's from the faculty. From students, there's an 80% overall satisfaction and 84.2% of positive academic impact. 91.2% felt that the 4-day week provided them with the opportunity to have better time management. And 50.2% felt that the Friday tutoring was very to satisfactory. So on the positive scale for Friday enrichment and tutoring. Parents' satisfaction comes in at 92.8% overall satisfaction, with a 77.8% that believe academic performance have improved. 94% of the parents feel that student engagement levels are at the very engaged to engaged. 57.4 believe that Friday activities and participation are effective or very effective. And 69.1 believe that the tutoring impact on Fridays are positive and effective. Over the course, we've tracked the number of homework assignments that have been completed, assessments that have been given, and just individual tutoring that's occurred, along with the number of hours that have been spent. This last year, we had 420 students that came in on Friday just for the intent of getting more better overall understanding of concepts. 972 homework assignments were completed on Friday, and 803 tests were given or assessments were given on Friday, with a total of 12,534 hours in additional tutoring and time spent by students on Friday, which are non-school days. So from a school standpoint, we believe that the Friday, our goal to partner with parents and providing a comprehensive educational experience has been met. So we believe that that is in alignment with our school's stated purpose and goals. We believe that we have tried to use innovative approaches to using time on Friday effectively in tutoring. We've also taken students on college tours, taken them to historical monuments, historical sites in Utah, and have engaged in at-school games, activities, participation in reading initiatives. Other activities there at the school have also been done to find engaging ways to get students involved. Our belief is that in doing a 4-day school week, that education is not just about the amount of time spent in the seat, but the amount of time engaged while in the seat. That is very important, and that by giving students time on Fridays, overall mental health has improved. I think that's reflected in the percentage, 80-something% that feel that they are able to manage their time better by having the Friday off. It seems what we get when in the little survey, there was an area for the students to respond and to leave short messages, and many of them replied how grateful they are. Some of them that are in split families, it allows them to spend more time with the other parent. It's just provided a lot of outside benefits beyond the academic. Any questions from the board or directors, staff?
When I saw this coming up, I thought of a few weeks ago at my school for professional development. We were doing an activity for the teachers to practice some collaborative learning activities. And my assistant principal was leading that activity. And the question that she gave each group to then apply to the collaborative learning activity we were doing for the teachers was should we have a 4-day school week or not? Which they loved that topic as well. So I had to chuckle because they all came up with plans of how this could work, and that they were very excited about it. It was fun to see this coming up because I'm sure it's a popular idea. And there are many benefits to that. I'd love to hear a little bit more about how your Friday enrichment and tutoring works.
Yes.
And, our staff there, who comes in, what is your focus? Specifically, do you have certain areas that you focus on, certain students, demographic subgroups that you're focusing on when you're doing that enrichment?
Thank you. Great questions. And I would love to talk a little bit about how we do our Friday enrichment. So for staff, it works out to be about every other Friday. So today or this week will be what we call a TDD, which is a teacher development day, where all staff are there on Friday. So again, our effort was not to save money, and so we didn't try to cut teachers' salaries or cut their staff or their time back. So on those Fridays, at the secondary, from 8 to 10, is every teacher is in their classroom, and that's when they provide teacher tutoring. Students are able to come in and meet with their teacher on a TDD Friday, which is about every other Friday. So the teachers are in their classroom from 8 to 10 meeting with students. At 10:15 to 11:15, they do teacher development. And then they get another hour, so from about 11:15 till 1 o'clock, they're in their classroom working on, grading, taking care of personal items. And then from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, they go into their PLCs and they work together as a group.
That's awesome.
On the non-TDD Fridays, so that would be about every other Friday. At the elementary, the focus is on reading and math. And so students that when they do their progress monitoring, they work in about 1 month chunks. And so for a month, they will target a certain group of students. And sometimes those students will be re-identified, and so they'll be there more often, but they will come in and they get small group targeted instruction on those Fridays, and that's every Friday. So that is offered every Friday for those groups specifically, and they will come in small groups. We pay the teachers extra, so it's a way for teachers to make additional money. There's about 7 teachers at the elementary that come in every Friday and offer 2 hours of additional tutoring to the students that are identified in the elementary. In the secondary, on the non-TDD Fridays, 1 teacher from each department, so 1 history teacher, 1 science teacher, 1 math teacher is there, and they provide tutoring to any students that want to come in for additional support. So that's the way we're currently doing it. That has been changed over 9 years. We've tried a variety of different things and that's kind of where we have settled now. We evaluate it every year and make adjustments depending on what the data tells us the students need, what feedback we get from parents and teachers and staff.
That's awesome. I love the idea. And I did look at your website. You have some really great activities going on, really great opportunities for your students
Thank you.
during the whole school week, but particularly on Fridays. There's definitely a lot going on these Fridays, which is great.
There is an enormous amount of things that are going on, and I'm sure that's true at every school. The benefit that really comes in, what we've found is that trying to find a good work-life balance for the students or just school life balance for students is really hard when they're involved in so many activities. And what we found with practices in particular and families trying to find time to be with their children, because we believe that partnership with families is really important, and that some of the most important learning occurs in the home with the parents, and trying to find time that we can bring the family together is really valuable. So having a Friday allows for, instead of doing late night practices every night of the week, what happens is a lot of times when they're getting ready for a big play or they're getting ready for something, we'll designate and carve out a 3 or 4 hour chunk on a Friday that they can come in, which eliminates some of those late night practices during the week, allowing the kids to get more sleep, be able to do their homework, and then still perform at a high level in practices.
And it just, one last thing, looking at some of your data that's available, there's some
Yeah.
really great things to be seen there. Your growth rate is incredible.
Thank you.
And so, I would just encourage you, continue doing what you're doing, because it sounds fantastic. I'm not surprised you have such great satisfaction with what you're doing. I would encourage you to look at some of those subgroup populations.
Yes.
And kind of focus on some of those subgroups to pull in and do some of that additional work on with those.
Thank you. And that is an area of focus. So our special ed and ELL
Yep.
students have been an area of focus as you guys, I don't know, I don't think we're unique, but trying to find. The challenge with some of those groups is getting them to bring the students in on the Fridays, not necessarily that things aren't available to them, but getting them to participate or take advantage of the activities. So during the summer, like many, we offer all summer long, we have special ed, special ed and ELL activities for students. It's trying to get them there, as charter schools sometimes is difficult because they come from a wide, from a long distance, many of them.
That's for sure. Good work.
Thank you.
Excellent questions.
Nice.
Yes, I did see member Pulsifer's hand, and then I can turn it back to you, member.
Thanks. Thank you. And I think you said this, but I just am curious, how long have you been doing the 4-day at your schools?
9 years.
9
Well,
years,
we're in our 9th year.
you're in your 9th year,
Yep,
okay,
So we're renewing.
okay, and, what has it, your survey shows great comments. I'm assuming a lot of those families chose knowing this was happening, which is, I think, really a big advantage, because they could say this works for my family and so on. How was it to start it out?
So when we started 9 years ago, we surveyed all of the families, and surprisingly, the numbers were actually really high then as well.
Was it?
So otherwise otherwise we wouldn't have gotten approval. So it was surprising that there was really an interest. People were interested in trying it. The big thing was daycare for a lot of people. Hey, how is that going to work? Now, 4 times a year, we have a Friday to be able to get in all of our days and kind of keep it going. We have a Friday school 4 times a year, 3 to 4 times a year, depending on how the school calendar works out. And one of the biggest comments we get from parents and students is, eliminate the Friday school. We hate that. Don't have us come in on Friday. So that is I think once they get it figured out, the initial shock of daycare is hard, but once it becomes part of the routine, it has become a non-issue.
Okay, that's good. And then just one more thing, your, I've forgotten what I guess it wasn't that important. So go ahead.
That's right. Feel free to jump in if it comes
Okay,
back to you.
okay.
Yeah, when it comes back.
Yeah,
Corey, Glenn?
Rich, good, thank you. I think this kind of thing is where innovation happens with charter schools, right? This is the kind of.
Yeah.
Flexibility you hope for, so I think it's great, just for my own benefit, is Rule 277, so. It reads that it's 990 instructional hours over
Yeah.
a minimum of 180 days.
Mhm.
So is the exemption here both for the hours in the year or just the days in the
Right.
year? Do you guys
Just
go
the days.
longer?
Days.
No,
Yeah.
so it's just the days. So our waiver is only for the 180 days. We still meet the 990
Okay.
hour rule.
Okay,
that was my question.
Okay.
Right.
That was my question, perfect.
Yes.
Yeah.
So our waiver is only from the 180 days. We still meet the 990 hour rule.
okay.
Excellent question.
I didn't know I didn't do the math fast enough to think, does that add exactly
Yeah.
to 990?
Because what are the school hours for your Monday through Thursday are extended, is that
They are.
correct?
And that's probably one of the hardest things for the elementary kids. So in those younger grades, the longer day becomes a little bit of a challenge for students.
So you do go longer.
We do. We go from 8 o'clock to 3:30.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Okay.
That's
Great.
helpful. No, I think it makes a lot of, especially if you have support to do it. I think it's great, and to customize something to children and family needs is is excellent, but that's helpful for me to know. So the waiver is just with the days that know.
Correct.
Excellent. Any other questions before, I just have just a little bit of comment. Okay.
No.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for coming. As an executive committee, when we knew this was on the agenda, we really wanted an opportunity to highlight the innovation, member that you're just talking about, right? That we could talk, we wanted other schools to be able to hear what you're doing and then also what you've learned by going through this process. And I think this is an opportunity for us to, the collective us, right, to really think about what is a school day? And especially as the world of work continues to be so dynamic and changing and what families need. And again, going back to the times and the time that we have together and the relationships and how do we bridge all of that? So thank you for coming in. Holy data. I was like, wow, like somebody engaged in research, I was like, wow, I was like, boy, you could really dive into so much more of that. I'm thinking, wow, what did the other, 47% of the parents say, for the 56%, right? There's a lot of, doesn't mean it's not good or bad. It's just an opportunity to learn and grow. I think just not even just diving into those subpopulations, but also into the data and what can you learn to even be more responsive. And I just also appreciated that it was multi-perspective. So you shared with us from the parent, family, the student, which I think is so vital. Teachers, how are they feeling about it? All of your stakeholders. So thank you for that.
If I may just,
Yes.
it's interesting, the 4-day week is gaining interest. I think there was an article in Ed News or Ed News Weekly or whatever, however that goes, but they just addressed the 4-day week and talked about that. I think they said something like 650 some odd districts have now moved to a 4-day week. That percentage is up dramatically since 2019. Still a fairly small percentage compared to the 13,000 districts there are, but still it's something that's gaining traction at this time. So
Excellent.
there's a lot of flexibility. I think there's more flexibility in people's work life, and having students with flexibility to match the parents' flexibility seems to be of interest.
I think maybe one of our universities should do a research study about it would help just share that information.
Chair, I have one question.
Yes,
I'm happy to motion. to
great.
approve
That's what
the
I was
waiver.
gonna ask.
But is 3 years the max we can do, or can we do it more than that?
Point of order. Member Biesinger, so what the authorizer is doing is giving a recommendation.
Oh,
Because the waiver is actually USB.
USB.
The max that USB does is 3 years. But before they can go before the state board, they have to have a recommendation from their authorizer.
thank you. So our motion
Is to recommend.
Recommend to the USB.
And we always have opportunity to influence those board rules. And so if our board is interested in trying to elongate that, let's work together as a team and see if 3 years doesn't seem like the right fit. So maybe to be continued. The following board rule, here's where we're at.
This is a data of 1, right? But this just seems obvious that they shouldn't have to come back every 3 years. We had to lengthen it out to 5, or I don't know the time, but maybe 5 is right. So, to the extent that we can get involved in that, I think there's a lot more. Good point.
With that, Member Biesinger, would you like
Yeah,
to
no,
start the motion process?
Let's see, I'm not good at this stuff. Do I have to mention the school by name? Let's see, what is our motion?
Yes, and I would
I
also
would-
directly mention the board rule.
Okay. I'll make the motion that we approve ALA's request.
It's a recommendation. I'm sorry, Member Biesinger.
Thank you. I'm never good. You're good at it.
Tacit.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
The motion is to recommend.
Yeah.
Not approve, it's
Yes.
recommend.
Yes.
I'll motion that we recommend ALA's waiver to the Utah School Board of Ed, USBE, as drafted by them, for the 3-year time period. Did I get that close enough?
That sounds great.
Okay.
Great. Uh, is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that. And then just a quick comment.
Yes.
I think this is great. I love the creativity. My only suggestion is to continue to try to drill down on that data. It sounds like you've got some great results where some of that data is in the 50-50 range. That to me doesn't sound that great. Again, it doesn't scare me off. I love that you're gathering all this data. I think it's fantastic. But I would continue to drill down on that. What is it that some families are missing there? Where you're ending up with like a 52% or whatever
Right.
the amount is, approval or satisfaction rate on some of those items. And you probably have an answer for it already. We don't have time to get into it, but I would just encourage you to continue to explore this with the stakeholders, the students, parents, and the faculty. I think it's terrific. Just keep it up. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Oh, thank you. Thank you
Thank you.
for reinforcing that, because I completely agree. Excellent. So we do have a motion and a second on the table to recommend ALA to USBE for a waiver for Board Rule 277419. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you all so much.
Yes, we look forward to hearing more. If I may, just while you're packing up, this would be something if you haven't presented at our annual state charter conferences, that might be a great opportunity to present at the UAPCS conference in June, and then of course UEN, I'm not exactly sure how they do that, but definitely at the June conference, you can submit a proposal, and I think it would be fantastic then to be able to share your learnings with other schools.
Would be happy. Thank you.
Mhm.
And if I may be excused, I could.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Safety meeting.
You don't even need to, you don't need to ask. Thank you so much. Okay, with that, it is just a little after 10. I am mindful because we do have some guests that have traveled to spend their day with us today. So board, if it's okay, and thank you for the suggestion, I would like to table the next 2 items on our agenda, which we can bump to our November meeting, I believe, just based on timing. So I would like to table our proposal and application administrative denial policy discussion and action item. Again, if I see that it's an action item, so it's okay that we do that. And then also just our annual board training. I know we love that Open Public Meeting Act conflict of interest. The conflict of interest would definitely is important. I mean, it's all important.
Yeah.
But I know we're well versed, many of us, because we do it every year, but we can postpone that if that's
Yeah.
okay
Yeah.
until November as well.
Chair, you also will have a full board at that time.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So
Yeah.
actually that's,
It
I
could-
think,
it could work out.
that's better.
Yeah.
Actually,
Good.
thank you for the reminder
Yeah.
on that. So with that brings us to, should we maybe,
Introduce and
yes,
kind of,
yeah, that would be great.
I'd be
Can I-
happy to.
Would you mind?
Yeah,
That would be great.
yeah. So we're up. We have our guests here from the National Charter School Institute. Our board and many on our team are familiar with Dr. Gunner, Mary Bradley. And as you're just settling in, just a warm welcome here in the Valley today. We've been excited for you to be with us. You can start moving and doing whatever you want. You know, if what we are thinking that you'll provide for us, because you always do, is some inspiration. I know last night, even having dinner with the 2 of you, that you were really inspiring with the questions that you asked and the things that you do. And then also just access. We know that we can tap into your resources, your expertise, who you are nationally. And so we know you have so much planned, but it's our pleasure to have you with us today. And with that, any other intros? I know you may want to say something, and then Marie, you may want to, and then I think it's turned over to our facilitators so we can just engage.
That would be great if I may just, again, thank you both for traveling. I think you brought the beautiful weather and this is like majestic. the fall colors and the snow capped peaks, this is like Utah magic season. Thank you for coming. It really is, isn't it? I just, yeah, it brings blank. And with that board, we, through our conversations, we felt like we were at a pivotal point. I know that we thought we might have one more board member at this point, and it's okay. We'll definitely be able to bring them on board when that happens. We just felt having some critical conversations, knowing that we've been engaging with the National Charter School Institute for the last several years and really helping us think about what's next. How do we continue to grow? What do we need to go back and potentially revise? So I want to thank you all for coming and helping us and guide us through these really instrumental conversations. And to the board, we felt like this was important for us to invest in our own growth and development as well, because then we can be a better support to the schools that we support. So just want to say thank you. And I know we'll have lots of time to continue to get to know you. I hope board members over lunch, we want this to be, I know this is formal board meeting, but we want it to feel informal as we engage in this process today.
That's great too.
Yeah.
And it is just a reminder to our board as we do facilitate different things. It is still an open meeting. The cameras continue to roll. So that's always just a good reminder as we kind of break out of our norms a little bit.
Thank you
So
for that.
I thought of that as you were talking. So, yeah.
Great. Marie, do you have anything that you'd like to add or?
So excited for today.
Right on. Excellent. So Jim and Mary, thank you, and we will turn it over to you.
Hey, thank you so much. We are blessed and grateful to be here. And, you know, in life, you either get to or you got to. And this is totally a get to. So the view, the people, the purpose, and the opportunity and the possibilities, it's a get to day for us. So thank you for that. I was super excited getting off the plane yesterday. When I got off, I'm like, Mary, I gotta go. And I went in and I looked, and the Tigers were ahead 7-3. And so now game 5 tomorrow. Cheering hard, but no, it's a pleasure to be with you. And what's been fun is I've been cheerleading for you from a distance for a while. And I lose track of time, but it's not that long ago that I was at the ledges with some of you and obviously new board members. But you have come so far. So I just like want to take a moment to say, congratulations, well done. But it's like anything else, you know, they said when Michael Jordan scored the game-winning basket, they're like, Michael, you're awesome, you rock, and you gotta go do it again tomorrow, right? Because you're never exonerated, you gotta go perform again. And so we'll try and give some inspiration, but we're also gonna try and drive some perspiration. We got a lot of work to do, you know that. I was so blessed to be able to come out and participate in this. 25 years, and that was a phenomenal event. So much to be proud of, and so we want to talk about that, but let me introduce my teammate and colleague, Mary Brett.
Yeah, so great to see a lot of you again. When I walked in, all the smiling faces. So thank you for having us. And you know, like Paul said, we had a great dinner last night, and you know, push the thinking, and that's what I'm excited about as well. Is like Jim said, you've come so far, but what's the next? What's the next thing look like? What's the next 25 years? So super excited to be here with a thoughtful group and ready to move forward. So thanks for having us.
So, Madam Chair, with your permission, I'd like to do 3 things. One is I'd like to tell you what we're not gonna do.
Great.
I'd like to tell you a little bit about what we are gonna do, and then with your permission, I'd love to send you guys all on a bathroom break so we can get hooked up and ready to go. So first, what we're not gonna do, we are not gonna come in and say, we're national, we know everything, and this is what Utah to do. Okay, we're just not gonna do that. Number of reasons why. One, you're Utah, and you got your own hopes, dreams, and ambitions. And this needs to be about you and what you're doing, where you're at, where you've come from, and where you want to go. So we're gonna help try and facilitate us along. Personality wise, some of you that know me, I have a hard time being a facilitator because I do have opinions. And so if you give me that test, I end up as a driver. And so I'm gonna try and both sometimes be a facilitator, but also sometimes be a driver today. So just put up with me, if you will. 2, everybody's looking for national best practices. And I saw in your material that, you know, you want to be recognized as one of the best in the country. What I love about that is you want to be the best, right? Because that just brings a spirit and a can-do and a, what I call the passionate pursuit of excellence. But I also want to say, I've been around a lot of this country, working with a lot of the people. I am not sure that I can point you to just, that's the exemplar, go copy them and that'll be you.
Mhm.
So part of what Mary and I will offer is some insights and some experiences about things that are working, ideas that have potential, things that aren't working, so that we can put that all together and make sure that where you go next matches where you want to go next, what students and families in Utah need, what educators need. And so that's kind of what we will do and won't do. One last thing on what we will do. We're gonna celebrate a little bit. You got a lot to be proud of in the last 25 years. We want to talk about some of the obstacles you overcame. Then we really want to shift hard to what's the future look like. And we want to talk about the future in a few buckets. Number one, and what's your legal responsibility as an authorizer? So we've read your law, and boy, there's a lot in there. I've also read your strategic vision and plan, and there's a few things in there that we ought to talk about. Big picture, you know, a little more operations and a little less strategy, and we want to shift that conversation today to be more strategic. Kind of heard that loud and clear from Paul Marie, but also had a chance to spend a little time with Stephanie and Eric as your chair and vice chair, and gave us some great insights. So we're going to push you a little bit about what does that look like? What could it look like? And then we want to talk about ecosystems. So you got your job as like an authorizer in the schools, but you also have a huge opportunity to build an ecosystem where those schools can thrive. What does that need? Right. So just as a simple example, you got your association here, right? They help protect you in the state capitol. You have things that happen in the media, need somebody that can respond to those things. You also have schools that need facilities, finances, and other things. And so how can you build an ecosystem that really allows excellence to flourish? And then finally, we want to end off with really big picture, which is systems change. And what I love about this one, particularly with you, it's very clear in your statute that as a board, as an organization, they're inviting you to come to the legislature, come to the state board and say, hey, here's what ought to get waived, here's what ought to get exempted, here's what could be possible. And so really want you to like lift up and think about what does Utah need to have a transformative education system that could be the future. So if you like football, let's say we are at halftime, right? We've got 25 years in, we're in halftime, we're in the locker room. What worked, what didn't? What do we want to do in the second half? Fair enough?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, with that, we're gonna send you and we'll get set up and ready to roll.
Awesome. Great.
Good fall.
Yeah. hey, let's take a break now. So please don't hesitate to just take the time as you would like.
Well, wonderful. We'll try and be your facilitators and leaders, we'll also try and be your guests. So if there's any norms or protocols that we're missing, just give us a signal. We'll adjust, but I know it's a formal board meeting. I know it's being recorded. I know we've got guests. We're gonna try and talk as honestly and candidly as possible. And my perspective is only we're your public body. And so with that, let's just jump. We've got a few slides that we wanted to start with just to ground us. And then we'll really get into a back and forth conversation because we're on a journey, right? You started this journey 25 years ago. We want to see where the next 25 are going to go. So one of the things we've been running with lately is bold by choice. And what we love about that idea is it's really a call. It's called to action. It's called to thinking. It's a mindset of let's not be timid. Let's not be complacent. Let's not become the new status quo, but let's respectfully, humbly, kindly, let's be bold. And we like the double entendre of choice. And what's really fascinating is if you think about 25 years ago in Utah, there was only one provider of public education in the community. We knew it as the district. And today, look at how many different providers of public education are in your state. If I think my numbers are right, you charter 144 of 149 charters statewide. And there's more types of choices coming, right? You've got education freedom accounts, online, etc. I brought a book just to show as an exhibit, but this is by Robert Enlow and the Ed Choice organization, used to be known as the Freedom Foundation. But when you open it up, they've got a typology of different types of schools. That's like mind-boggling. And the reason I start there is this notion that 25 years ago, everybody was assigned to a public school. We've now moved into an era of choice. And where charters were the choice, we're no longer the choice. We're one choice of many. And that has implications for our thinking and also for where we need to go. So that's part one. Okay, part two is kids. So I grew up under a board chair that every meeting like this, he would get up and he'd write kids exclamation point. He'd look at all the board members and he'd say, we're gonna talk about a lot of stuff today, governance, leadership, finances, problems, opportunities. But I just want to anchor us on our core purpose of why we do this. And there it is. And so what I want to do is relay that to kind of the theme we've been running at now with the National Charter Schools Institute. We're trying to persuade everybody to adopt this, and that chartering isn't a contract. Right? We always talk about the charter contract, right? I've got your charter agreement. It's not a law, right? But the law matters. It's not a process, and yet your practices and policies and procedures matter. It's really a promise. And it's a promise to the kids and the families. But also in a way, it's a promise to somebody else. And so I want to get you engaged here for a minute. Who's your customer? And if you want to expand it to Jim, we got more than one customer. Who's your customers? Game on. Who do you think of your customers?
Families.
Absolutely. Who else?
I think our, I view the portfolio schools as, they should be an intended.
Yeah, partnership,
Children.
for sure.
General public.
Yeah.
Okay, the taxpayers.
Yes.
Some people invest dollars into this, so they could be part of our customers.
Give me an example.
Well, for facilities with bond financing, there's a lot of people that don't just believe in the movement and the cause, but they're looking for a return, financial return, bond return.
All right, I'm gonna push you because there's one big customer I want you to think of. And it's a bit counterintuitive, so. you have a former one sitting at your board table.
The legislature.
Yes. And people often say, well, I just wish there were politics and education. Well, sure. But you are a political body. You were created by the legislature. You're appointed by the governor. I know there's different categories, right? Different processes, but I just want to just pause on that for a second, because the legislature created you. They fund you.
Mhm.
They have responsibility for you. They appoint you as board members. And they're an important customer.
Yeah.
And I loved how you first went to what I'll call the beneficiary, right?
Mhm.
The students, the families, right? The public.
Hmm.
There's somebody we didn't mention in all of this that helped make these things run. What would that group call?
The educators?
The educators. Because not only did charter give choices to students and families, but it also gave choices to educators. Nobody's forced to work at a charter,
That's true.
right? They get to.
Yeah.
It's a choice. And part of the idea was that choice would create a nice dynamic where you could try different things, what we'll call doing different. So we'll keep moving.
Hmm.
We're disconnected. All right. Well, it's good. Because the next question then is,
Is it a tech disconnect, you said?
yeah,
Looks like, Mary, you're still in the meeting. You just shared it again.
There you go.
okay. So when somebody like Mary and I come in, one of the challenges you have is there's the message and the messenger, right? And so should we believe these people? Are they credible? And so there's that old saying that people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So knowing this is a bit speed dating, I'm gonna try and tell you how much I care and a little bit of why. So if you look up there, you will see 7 children and 2 grandchildren. The oldest is 31, the youngest is 14. I'm just a charter dad. Every day I'm not traveling, that little girl in that black tank top is named Natalie. And I take her to Renaissance Public School Academy. It's a charter school in our hometown. And it's a project-based school. But what I tell people all the time as kind of the charter guy is, you know what I love as a dad is she loves to go to school. We are not fighting about going to school. She loves going there. Now you think about all the parents that have to fight with their kids to go to school. I don't know how that shows up in the accountability measures. But what I do know is there's a whole lot of kids that don't like going to school. There's also a whole lot of adults that don't like going to school. And so my riddle is if the kids don't like being there and the adults don't like being there, what's wrong with there? And Madam Chair, you said something earlier, kind of like, we got to rethink some things. What is a school day? My dad's deceased, but he was a educator and a philosopher, and he'd ask these things, and like, I didn't really know what they meant as a kid. They were corny, but now I'm like, well, that was pretty profound. And an example would be, he'd say, well, son, you gotta understand, learning is incidental to the operation of schools. Just think about that for a minute. Learning is incidental to the operation of schools. Ouch. But kind of true, isn't it? You also used to say things like, well, don't get education and schools mixed up. And then he'd have things like, hey, if you want the oats a little cheaper, you gotta wait till they come through the horse.
Well, hold on now.
But why do I say those things, right? Which is, that's the expansive thinking as we go through the conversation today.
Mhm.
Are we about schools or are we about learning?
Mm.
Are we about schools or about education?
Mm.
And so one of the things I want to talk to you about is the portrait of a Utah graduate. I ran into that reading your materials and I was curious, like, what is that? One looked it up, like, wow. What do you guys think about that? So let me tell you a story about Natalie and we'll go there. So after 6 kids, I thought I knew how to raise kids. Natalie came with an extra chromosome. I call it up syndrome. I'm ashamed to tell you that at first I was like, can she be fixed? And I quickly learned I was one that needed to be fixed. And she has changed my life, our family's life, and she is such a blessing to the world. And one of her gifts is she's not self-conscious like the first 6. We're still self-conscious as adults, right? I want to impress you. I want to look good. I want you to think we know what we're talking about. Natalie's just like, man, she's pure her. She loves life. And she loves being silly. And I'll be silly with her. But she's helped me in a lot of ways to be less fearful, more fearless. And I want you to think about that as the conversation unfolds today, because one of my challenges for you is, what if fear wasn't holding back from some things? What would be possible? All right, I want you to digest this one for a minute. And like a good educator, I'm going to give you a test. Who's going to win that race?
Monkey's the only one smiling.
Gotta vote for the monkey. It's no alternative.
It's gonna be third of the month.
So the bird and the monkey got a chance. Now, sometimes people are like, well, Jim, it says climb.
Mhm.
So it's gotta be the monkey, can't be the bird. That's not really the point of it. I think the bird would win. If the challenges get to the tree, right, to the top of the tree. Obviously, the bird can't climb, the monkey can. But the bigger question is, when I think about Natalie, what does she feel like on that test? And how many kids do we do that to? Like, they have gifts. They are really good at certain things, but they can't climb the tree the same way the monkey can, or the bird. So what, all right, Jim, what does that have to do with anything? Well, there's a big thing happening in the country, this shift, kind of national US Department of Ed to state departments of ed. We're all trying to figure out what's that mean? How's it gonna play out? What's gonna change? But you're now a state educational body. You have a lot of power and authority. What's your role? How do you think about those things? And one of the purposes in your law is really interesting, and that is you're going to improve student learning, but you also are going to establish new educational models and new forms of accountability that emphasize unique measurements. Okay, so I am coming straight at your state test. And I'm doing this in every state that'll listen to me. Am I an anti-testing guy? 100% no. But the state tests in most states, so I don't know yours, generally go like this. The State Board of Ed adopts state curriculum standards. And the state test is a norm reference test that tests it. It's given once a year. Scores come out, we rate schools, and we decide if they're good and bad on really 2 things, math and reading. Am I close to how you do it here?
Close.
Okay. So as an authorizer, you gotta do performance and accountability. It would make sense that you do that. Right? But if you have that in your mind, is that the next 25 years? And what might be possible? What might be possible? Because one of the things that most people will say is, we really want to see growth, want to see progress. And a test given once a year that's normed referenced is pretty hard. I know the psychometricians I'm skeptical that you can really measure growth and progress the way you want to. Which brings me to this And a person that's really impacted my life and chartering is a guy named Ted Coldery. And Ted is the guy that in 1990 wrote an article called "The State Must Withdraw the Exclusive." More recently, he wrote this one: "We have to rethink the concept of achievement." So I'm not gonna dig into that, but I just wanna like leave that there for a minute, because it's a bit heavy. And it'll come up again throughout the conversation with the okay? So let's back to the fun stuff. Start with why. Simon Sinek. He says most organizations start with what they do and how they do it. But the truly great ones start with why. So to get to know each other, what we'd love to do is ask you a question, which is why? Why did the governor appoint you? Why are you here? Why do you serve? Because you are volunteering your time, just like a charter school board member does. And you are with critical role in the ecosystem, and the charter board members are critical role in the ecosystem. But you both have one thing in common: you're volunteering your time. And you're all busy people, time's precious. So why? Madam Chair, can I look to you to start?
Sure, and thank you for asking us that question. My why, what draws me to this work is that I truly believe that the key to our longevity as humans is an educated populace. Like and it goes back to what, Jim, what you were saying about that education is so central to who we are in the human experience. And so I'm very passionate about that, and providing choice, I think, is an integral piece to that. So that drew me to this work. I do joke at the time, and I'll say, at the time when I was brought on the board, I was a registered Democrat. I am no longer, and that's outside. I'm an independent, and I'll say that on the however, it's fine. That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because I'm really proud of that. And with that being said, I joke that the governor at the time was like, "I'm gonna put that gem on the board." No, but and so and I will say this, that the why too, and I've mentioned this, is just the gift of getting to do this work. Like, I leave these board meetings feeling empowered, and any meeting was probably one of the best that I think we've had. And it made me just so honored to do this work. So I come to this with these very big, grand ideas that I believe education is the key to our success and for generations to come, right? And I also do this work selfishly because I become a better human by being in this room with all of you. I do.
The
So
paycheck you can't cash.
yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Can I go next, Jim?
Yeah.
And it's okay that our Republican governor did appoint another registered Democrat. Not ashamed of that fact. No, it's okay. I'm just messing with you.
This is good for us to talk about.
This is good. We're a circle.
Because we are modeling, we are actually, and if I.
Being in the
Because
minority is
we,
not bad.
no, well, no, and we model discourse, we model,
Yeah.
how do we come to this space with all of our diverse opinions and backgrounds, because we make ourselves better.
That's right. No, I totally agree. I would say, I came to this board because it's a good cause. It's a cause that I believe in. And, that primarily centers on helping facilitate student growth in the state of Utah. I think it's that. Are there other benefits? Are there opportunities to rub shoulders with great people and try to improve myself? Sure, absolutely. But I think the ultimate goal is to just try to contribute in a positive way to a good cause. And one thing that I've learned in being on different nonprofit boards is you can't do it by yourself. You come to a board as an individual, but it's not about you as an individual. It's about the board, and it's about maintaining a body. And I still feel like we're not quite there. We're missing a seventh board member. That's so important to just have a nice full board, because when we're unified as a board, we can function in accomplishing our goals. So I like the idea of being able to contribute. I think that's important. But most importantly, it's a good cause, and it's a cause that I feel very passionate about and want to contribute to.
I love to say that chartering as a noble cause, right? Like,
Yeah.
may history judge us on the side of angels for what we're doing for kids and families. A better day. And I love that you guys can model the discourse, right? Because if everybody's thinking the same thing, somebody's not thinking. And your point about the board is so true. So like, when I coach like executives like Paul, like you can't work for 7 bosses. Your board has to speak with one voice, and to get to the one voice is gonna take some debate, some deliberation and some professional judgment, but then when you come together and vote, right? That's the voice of the board. And your majority actions is so important in that, and so thank you.
When my youngest child, I have 4 daughters, when the youngest one went to kindergarten, I went with her, helping in the schools. And, you know, being the volunteer, and I did that, and many, in their school, and then on the district, I lived at the time in Clark County School District in Nevada, and, so I was involved in a lot of district committees. It just, you know, since I was like, I used to joke with them all the time. And one person told me I probably was right. They had my number on speed dial. Every time they needed a parent to do something, you know, and call me, and I did that. I was on a regional accreditation committee, Northwest Association of Accredited Schools, and served there, and then, you know, I moved here and, you know, was in the school board, taught in the charter school, anyway, and all those things, and I say this saying it's started a very, very long time ago. And I did all of those things to make the world a better place. And so that's always been my why. And as I continued in Jordan School District Board of Education, same reason. And in the legislature, really the same reason. And here, the same reason. And I always have, there is a commonality in everything I've told you, and that's education. To make the world a better place. So my why is many of those, most of all those things were unaffiliated kinds of jobs. And my last one was an affiliated job, of course, but anyway, education makes the world a better place, and I've been working my entire life to make the world a better place.
I love that. You know your North Star and you're never deviated.
So I love this question. When I first was appointed to this board, a lot of people asked me this question because I was coming from a traditional, you know, LEA, 20 years in a traditional public school system. And early on, I did get these questions of like, what are you doing there? Or what, you know, why are you at that table? And my response was immediate and untethered, and it has always been the same thought every month as I come and join this board. It's that belief and that understanding that Utah students belong to all of us. All students are all of ours, and that we lift together, and that community of just taking care of each other and learning together and helping where we can, regardless of where a student is enrolled, will only benefit. And I love this thought of community, right? Like that resonates with me. And it is a stewardship. It's one that I'm honored to be a part of. And I have said that on repeat to so many people in the time that I've been on this board. Like, these students are all of our students, regardless. And I value that thought so much, and I'm grateful for the chance to show up for those students.
I hear you saying you want to be the rising tide that lifts everybody. Yeah, nice.
I think my why got ignited as a brand new teacher, standing in front of a bunch of first graders at the end of the year and realizing like the impact that I had on my students, the impact that I had on their families, the relationships that had been built, and like how cool that was, how exciting that was. And like I wanted to do more of that. And so that kind of started that drive of how can I do more of that? And so looking for opportunities to lead in my school, and then that grew into opportunities into school administration. That was cool. And then getting to open a new charter school and standing in front of all of those kids and their parents, and then being invited onto the staff here, and then moving into leadership. What?
The what?
The staff here, the team.
Gotcha.
It's been a great journey. Love the relationships, love the impact that I'm able to have with all the people I get to interact with.
I love how you come alive when you're talking about passion, like it's awesome. So the backstory is when I was here last time with the team, if they use the word staff, they had to put $20 in the jar. Well, staff is an infection in a hospital.
When I got invited here, it was our staff, but it is now our team.
It's the second half. We're ready to go take the field as a team.
That's right.
All right.
I don't know why I was asked to be on this board. My guess is that I have a background in charter school finance, and my board seat needed to fill that. So that's probably the literal reason. My day job, I help charter schools around the country and in Utah find fair financing because they frankly face an uphill battle versus their school district peers, and I'm passionate about that. I want to help keep as many dollars in the classroom as possible. So that led me to here. When I was asked to do this, I considered it for a while, and it wasn't a quick thing for me. What came to me is that it was some kind of public and some personal. In my own life, my wife and I have talked to our kids a lot about the importance of service and volunteering, and I thought, I can't tell them that if I'm not willing to walk that myself. And so, through a busy schedule, I thought I can do this. And the other thing you find out about service, right, is you think you're gonna go help somebody else. And at the end of it, you realize you were helped more than anybody. And I am passionate. I believe charter schools and choice in education help kids get a place where they can thrive rather than survive, or sometimes worse. So I care about that. I meet people all over Utah and all over the country in charter schools. In almost all cases, they have tremendous passion, they have tremendous expertise, tremendous care factor. They just need help with a few things on the edge. None of us are gonna be an expert with it. And so part of my hope on this board is that we can become a board that gives them the help on the edge. They can really thrive. And then the last thing is, you mentioned our customer. I kind of think when I took the oath, right, and raised my arm, the oath included the phrase that I would uphold the Utah Constitution. And Article 10 of that says that has to do with education. And it says, I even grabbed it here just really quick. I won't go on very long, but it says, it's a public education system which shall be open to all children of the state. And sorry, I'm gonna get a little emotional, but you mentioned you're 7, 6 or 7? 7. So I have 7 kids too. My number 7 is Will. He's actually been here once. He has probably a chromosome abnormality as well. Doesn't have an extra one, but something in there is unique. And sorry, I'll get through this in just a second, but when he's 9, when he turned 5, he went to kindergarten. And that started off so well. And then, basically the district came to us and said, we think it's best that we'll go to a non-educational classroom. And that's best for him because it's best for us. That's really what they told us. So for the first time in my life, I had to hire an attorney to advocate for our son. And argue for his right to go back to a school that I lost confidence in. And it was probably one of the hardest things I've ever been through. We won because we had good notes and we took good notes. But so many people that have been through what we've been through just got over. And we decided to homeschool our two youngest kids. But I'm determined to help Utah be a place where kids can go and thrive. So that's why.
You put a lot on us, like.
Sorry, that was a little too long.
Sharing,
No.
no, that was phenomenal. I mean, that's part of the whys, right? And you mix both the personal, the professional, but I also love the Constitution, right? You always put your right hand up and swear an oath. And it's the significance of what you are charged with. And so that you're coming together, you're learning and growing as a board, and you're thinking about the possibilities, it's powerful. Absolutely.
I have to follow that. Thank you. So I would say my why has developed over time. I think I started out, as a young teacher teaching in junior high and high school and in district schools. And I was always really interested and focused on trying to find the most effective and efficient ways to educate students. I was, always had kind of an innovation mindset. How can we do this better? How can I, even just within my own classroom, playing around with different ideas and trying new things with the focus of, educating students the best way that I could. And I always found that just very interesting and exciting to do. And then as a young mom looking at my children, I had a child that I had some real concerns about going into a big junior high. I thought he's gonna get eaten up and spit out. And so found, was already familiar with and somewhat involved in charter schools at that point. Found a really great charter school, shout out to Entheos Kearns, where he went and blossomed. And my two younger kids who didn't have the same needs, but I saw the value of what they did there, followed him through that charter school. And so as a mom, seeing how these schools that have a different and very specific focus can meet the different needs of students. Back to my career, I was able to, I taught for and then became an administrator at Utah Virtual Academy, where I saw a lot of different needs that were being met by charter schools, kind of outside of the middle average and norm of students. That many students are served very well in the district schools, but there are, a lot of students on the periphery who have some very individualized needs that charter schools meet because of their focus. And then today I'm at a different charter school. I'm the director of a different charter school, but I have the privilege every day of interacting with students who would not graduate from high school if not for this charter school. And that's what we hear constantly from parents, because they have struggled and their needs weren't being met and in some ways couldn't be met in a large district school. And I have the privilege to work with those kids and help them succeed in education in a school where they didn't think they ever could. And so that's been a blessing in my professional life. I am one of those true believers in charter schools being a laboratory for education. Kind of going back to we gotta, find innovations, find the best, most effective ways to teach. And recognizing now that's going to be different for different kids. in meeting their needs. But a part of that, one thing that I would like to see, as being a part of the state charter school board is, and I love to hear the comment, because I completely agree and support. For example, earlier in the meeting, we need to make sure that, you know, ALA, what they're doing is shared with other charter schools. I would say not only that, but we need to make sure what our charter schools are doing is shared with the district schools and with all the schools in the state. And that is a net that I would love to crack, and I know it's challenging. But I think that is our mission as charter schools, not just to serve the students that come to the different charter schools, but to figure out ways, again, to you know, lift all schools. And we've developed some great networks among charter schools, and we need to continue developing and strengthening those networks. But I would like to see us go beyond that and have some of those networks and those shared best practices with all the schools in the city. Because we have a lot to share.
Spread what works.
Yep.
And prevent what doesn't. Absolutely. Paul, you wanna back clean up?
Yeah, I love that you just said that you're a true believer, because I think that would really encompass my why. Is I really am a true believer, just from experience, personal experience. My family was kind of fledgling, not knowing where to enroll our kids, and wanted a high quality education. And once they got into charters, it was our charter that we started, and we were the founders, but rest was history. They got an excellent education. And then professionally had the opportunity to start a charter school in South Phoenix. I like South Phoenix a lot, so I don't mean anything derogatory, but to make the point, it is known as kind of the armpit of the Phoenix metro area. A lot of poverty at the time, no choices. And so when I saw my own kids thrive in this, when I see the kids in South Phoenix at the school, it's called Eagle, expecting academic greatness with a loving emphasis, and they were thriving character-wise, academically, thinking about college in third grade. It's like good stuff. I believe that we've come a long way. I believe we have a lot longer to go, but I am a true believer that charters are the agent of change. They're the lever of change. They are a gift to us that just is going to keep on giving. It's a movement, and I can't help but be associated with it.
Well, I love that you said movement, because some people are talking about this as a sector or an industry. And I'm like, I don't want to be part of a sector and industry. That's like being a member of the staff. Like, I want to be on a team and a movement. We're going places. So, all right, Mary, you get back clean up.
Okay, so mine started early in my education career as a special education teacher, and early on, I was like, we are not serving all kids. And this is not working for every student. It worked for a lot of them. But there were the students that it just wasn't working for. And so as a high school special education teacher, I did everything I could to like flip the mindset of inside the building. I did everything in my classroom, and I was like, we need to do more. So one day I was like, I'm just gonna go to law school and figure this out later. I don't really want to be a lawyer, but I need to change something. And so let's just see what happens. And so kept teaching because I loved it. And able to flip some things, you know, students and pull out classrooms were now in general ed with support, and students that need to be out in the workforce were then, you know, we're getting them placements. And I did what I could during that time. But I was like, we need to do better across the board, because every school I went to was like the same problem. So after, you know, I finished up law school, I said, it's okay, it's time to move. And I found my way into the charter world, and been able to have an impact since. So that's kind of my why. I was so excited to be a teacher, but I was like, we need to do better. We need to do more. And we need to figure out all those levers we can pull to make it happen. So, you know what?
Thank you for that. I mean, that was powerful. Just listening to all your whys and seeing how you as a team, what brings you together. There's a lot of commonality, little different pathways, but a lot of commonality. All right, so I told you that I try and be fearless, but I do have a fear. And I think this should be all of our fear in chartering. And the reason that matters so much is our rest of our conversation today is like, let's focus on things that matter. Right? And which raises a big question, what are the things that matter? What are the things that matter most? And how as a board and as a team, as a leader in chartering, but as a leader in education in Utah and that constitutional oath, what matters most? Where do we need to go? Okay, so Mary's gonna take you through this next part. But this is like, Mary, we could talk the rest of the day on the first 25 years. Like so much to be proud of.
Simple question. You know, what are we most proud of in the last 25 years? We're gonna talk about the next 25 years a lot. But let's take some time again to celebrate the last 25 years. So as board, as even the team, like what are you most proud of? What are things that come to mind?
So that for me, like, and I've been in Utah for 15 of that 25 and been involved with charters of that entire time. So I can't speak back to the early days, but from what I've seen, I think we need to celebrate just the plethora of choice, right? Of what just, and again, the movement, the flourishing of the movement. To me, that's just very powerful and tangible.
I just say something to that. I think it's really interesting looking at your history that you started where you could charter 8 schools. Right? Like
Yeah.
the early limitations.
Mhm.
And now it's wow.
I don't hear too many people in the charter movement that are satisfied, at least the people I work most closely with. And I know this board, and so you can tell even with this slide, first 25 years, right next to it is what's the next 25 years. And so I feel like I'm proud that like nobody feels arrived, nobody feels done, nobody feels like that 25 years was good, let's put it on autopilot. I think that there's so much innovation, so much possibility. The infrastructures are in place, it's developed over time. There's politicians that are now come alongside it and national charter leaders that help us so it's just like I'm proud that we're asking the question about what's possible. And then most of my peers are asking the same question. And I don't know that that happens in all of education. In fact, I would challenge that happens in all of education.
Yeah.
You've captured a lot of what I'm proud of. And in my time on this board, like this board is not the same. This team is not the same. There has been so much movement and pursuit of growth and excellence that has shifted in tone and purpose and vision. And that growth, like when I go back and look at some of those early days that I was on the board and the things that we were talking about in our meetings and you're still trying to do good work all along, but like we have grown as a body, that like I'm very proud of the shifts that we have made within this team in this space.
I picked this up when I came in, but Charterology by the association. Back to school, former students and employees. Is that not cool? It is cool.
Yeah.
Charter school students
That
are
is-
working in charter
Yeah.
schools, students are on boards of charter
Mhm.
schools. And I keep saying to people, once charter school, student can become governor. Right, or a state legislator, or president of the United States, like CEO of X, like. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one of the shifts that is. Well, one of the truths that is pretty common is that the first 10, 15, 20, 25 years, we've just been trying to prove our right to exist. Right, and that's kind of what that obstacles question is, because like, you can only do 8. And you could do that, then you came into place in 2004 as the board, and like, you had to prove your right to exist, but you don't anymore. But if you can move from what I'll call defense, proving your right to exist, to offense, what can you become?
Mm.
What's needed?
I like that.
Me too. It's the possibilities. So part of what Mary and I want to do with you today is like, yes, awesome. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, and I even, the same with Jim is looking through your impact, we've been able to see it, online and have it here. And when you think about 80,000 students, nearly 80,000 students, that's not total like over years, that's like every year. And so when you think about that, every time you walk into a meeting, you're like, we're making decisions, we're heading forward. It's 80,000 students that are counting on you every day to keep things moving, and that can grow. Right, and so I think that's a thing to remember is every year, 80,000, then you multiply that by the families that are involved. And the people that are dependent on, the schools and you, so that's pretty, that you always look at numbers, but you never think about it that way enough. So just remembering what's behind those numbers is pretty impactful. What else would you like to celebrate?
I just have a couple of things. Because again, maybe like you guys, I do get to see a little bit around the country. And one thing I think we celebrate is just the struggle, just this idea. I mean, we're well past the experimental stage now with choice in education and charter schools being a part of that. But Utah really, I personally don't care about rankings. I don't understand like how somebody wants to rank these states as the most charter friendly and these over here is it's not my word. I'm glad people will do it, but that's not my focus. But I will say there is kind of the seedbed here for the ability to focus on the future in Utah versus survival. Schools here don't have to go to a district and get a no and then go somewhere else and like they can just start a school. And zoning here, you can put a school in Utah anywhere because of zoning. There's been some things put in place that we kind of stand on the shoulders of that give us a lot of tailwind. And so I think that's one of the great things to celebrate is that we can focus on the future and how to improve versus just how are we going to battle our way to survival. There's just a feeling in Utah that this is good, that it's being embraced and that the people vote with their feet. I mean, that's that at the end of the day, that's what charter schools do is you get to vote with your feet. And so many people have voted with their feet that there's kind of a feeling in the state that you can now focus on, okay, how do we improve this versus other states. Boy, it's tough. It really is. Are we even going to survive this? So
And I think that's what's great about as you attend national events, you really understand that. And if your work nationally is a lot of people forget that there's huge opportunity here. This is a state that the environment is much different than other cities or other statewide. It's difficult. So that's a lot we're going to talk about, as we go forward today too, is like what are those opportunities? What are we not seizing on right now as well? And then can help to push forward.
The first meeting that I came to with this charter board, I heard something that made me think, and really what my thoughts go along with board member Hutchings. I heard some charter schools that wanted to expand or, had some requests and they came and they talked about what they do. And I remember hearing this one charter school that's obviously doing an exceptional job. And the question that was asked of many board members is, what is your secret sauce? And that was talked about a lot is what is your secret sauce? And I thought, wait a minute, what I'm hearing is fantastic, but it shouldn't be a secret. And I do remember in the early days of the charter movement in Utah, I remember hearing a lot of the reason why we needed it is because they were laboratories of innovation and that they would find things that would help rise all the boats, that would help. And then I actually was in some meetings where I was in one where the question was asked of a charter school or a couple of charter schools, So what have you brought to the table? And they had no answer. It wasn't a good meeting. And that was a while ago, quite a while ago. And I'm so looking, I mean, that's to be celebrated, is that we have things. We have secret sauces. It's awesome. I think as we go forward, one of the best things we can do is to share, is to find ways, because again, that was one of the reasons for our existence. We're ready to do that now. Let's do it. Let's share. Let's make all schools in every area and all have the opportunity to, oh, we should try that. And I think there is to some degree, to some degree, yes, some degree, no, some degree, you need a little flexibility. Like the school was asking for flexibility. I think there's interest in the legislature to allow that flexibility if needed for other schools. So anyway, that's when she said that, I thought, yes, that's exactly what I've been thinking for the last year is moving forward. Let's help other charter schools and even district schools and any school, learn from what we found.
So when I was with Utah Virtual Academy, I was part of a group of other similar schools in the region. And we would meet a couple times a year and share best practices. And they all came from, different states as charter schools. And at least once a year, we would go through and kind of explain kind of the legislative layout of our state and how it affects charter schools. And every single time after hearing everyone's experiences in their charter school in their state, I left saying, I am so glad I'm from Utah. Because our legislature does treat us very well. And we just have a lot of freedoms that other states don't provide charter schools. And so I think we definitely need to, there are battles to be fought. But we also have a very supportive legislature. I think now we're actually in an incredibly great position. We have a state superintendent who came from being a director of a charter school. We have a USBE board chair that is a director of a charter school. We have a lot of really great advocates out there who want to partner with us in what we do the next 25 years.
It's so powerful, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you guys really are just poised. You've built a solid foundation. You've got the support environment. I'm gonna ask you a question. How much does the state invest in a charter school student roughly per year?
Depends.
Yeah, dollar.
High school kids, what, at almost 10?
Yeah.
And then a
Yes.
kindergartner is what, like almost 6,000.
You have the WPU and you add them all the stuff.
Yeah.
It's 0.9 for K through K through 6, and then it's 0.99 for your middle grade. But
We're
It's
picking
10
that
grand.
up.
Fair.
10 grand.
Yeah.
because it's around,
All right, and then if we threw in federal money,
depends on your.
Depends on how many special needs kids you have.
okay,
About 10 grand.
all right, let's use 10 grade. Now. I'm leaving a session at the next, but it's called back of the napkin. Okay, so I got a picture of a napkin here. But what I wanna do is take this thing. What do you call this?
But you have a calculator up on your,
Right?
is that what I see right
Well,
there?
I'm gonna do the calculator with you. But what's crazy is I call it a phone and I actually use it as a phone a lot. My kids. They don't use it as a phone, right? It's their pocket. Computer. Which is just amazing. But let me not digress. 80,000 students, right? That's in your portfolio?
83, 82, 82.
We'll use wrong math.
Sounds good.
Times 10,000.
And October 1 counts.
That's okay, because it's probably like 10,600, so we're rounding in.
You're an $800 million organization per year. That's a big responsibility. Now, do you own and operate the schools like a district? No. Am I advocating you act like that? No. But sometimes financial numbers just are like, wow, I had no idea. But if you take roughly students in your portfolio, roughly the investment per year, $800 million. Okay, so this idea that you're just talking about secret sauce and sharing and making everybody better. You've got 144 direct relationships via your charter contract. Of things that your team can learn, see, do, the schools, part of your team can report in and share. Put some research and analysis and communication skills around it, and like, what could you start sharing? Now, I'm gonna go back to my dad again. He said, son, it's not always what you do, it's what you don't do. So he used to call it don't self-destruct. You ever watch somebody self-destruct? It's really hard to watch. Clint, I'm sure you've seen schools self-destruct. Why do I keep saying that? Because it's not just what we do. It's also, there's just things, don't do them. So I'll tell you a story of Natalie. I go to school each morning. Let's see, you walk up and there are people opening the car doors, standing on the sidewalk, standing at the front door. You get a smile, you might get a hug, you get welcomed. What does that cost? You gotta convince your team to stand out in the weather, because it gets cold sometimes, it rains sometimes, it's windy sometimes. Sometimes the sun is shining, it's beautiful, you wanna be out, but like. Our secret sauce, I think, is love. I know that's a little weird to talk about. But you know it when they love your kid. The story I didn't tell is we had Natalie in a school, it's a private school I graduated from. I thought they took her out of duty. I thought Renaissance loved her. It's different. I don't know how you quantify that. But what Collins would tell us in Good to Great is that some of the hardest things to measure are the most important. And just because they're hard to measure doesn't mean we shouldn't try. So your body's of evidence, right? And you're in a prime spot to have lots of bodies of evidence. Okay, so look at this napkin. What is that the definition for? Right? Now, knowing this august group, you don't want to do insanity. So what's some of the system thinking that we have to break? That's where we want to go next. Which is why I love this goldfish. Because somebody's got to do it. I like to think those as charter folk. Somebody's got to make the break, right? Let's go find different waters. So there's actually some science behind that, because the next picture is back to a guy named Ted Kolderby. And that is the article he wrote in 1990. And basically said the states created, well, I'm gonna go to the Constitution. Constitution creates a legislature. The legislature creates educational law. And they created the district system, and they gave them an exclusive franchise. If you lived there, you were assigned there. He said, you know what? We gotta think of something different. He literally thought beyond the district, which was the birth of the idea we all know now as chartering. So we think he was the original mold by choice guy. Context for that, 1983 Nation at Risk report. Utah's got a big history in that. People all over the country were trying to figure out what to do. Threats against schools, rewards for schools, more money for schools. Like they tried lots of different incentives, programs, bully pulpits, etc. Change wasn't happening. And everybody's frustrated. And he came along and said, what if somebody besides the district could launch a school? That's what you do now, 144 of them. So we're trying to spread this. We've got a Bold by Choice podcast. If you want more of these ideas, if your schools want them, and we'd love to even host you at some point. But wanted you to know that's out there. So we've got two main themes with authorizing organizations. One is you're often guardians of opportunity. Right? You're protecting the promise of chartering, making sure it stays to its purpose, right? That North Star, not just its process. And we're trying to take them in a whole new direction, which is gotta have vision. Because if not, we do become the new status quo. So we call that stewards of possibility. And what we talk about that is we don't just manage what exists. We're leading forward, changing the arc of education. So that's the introduction. Took a little bit. But what's the powerful combination is that the authorizers, the boards, the school are working together as a team. Make it the most amazing educational experience for those kids. The most return on investment for the taxpayers. And persuade the policymakers of what needs to be changed to make it better, right? That's the ecosystem, right? The change agents. All right. First quarter check, we doing okay? Yeah, all right. Let's keep going. So we're gonna start with the first thing. It's probably the most. Now, let me see. It's the least inspirational. But it is one of the things you have to be absolutely competent at. And that's your authorizing. Now, I did not change the slide. I know you have evergreen contracts, so that number 4 renewal, just give it a slide. Imagine that says evergreen. But one of the things we have really tried to zero in on is if you want great schools, what do you gotta have? And a couple of you in multiple different ways, some of you actually said the word relational. Right? I want to juxtapose that to transactional. I've seen it, you could become it, a very transactional board. Oh, you want an amendment? Come sit at the table, tell us the facts. Stamped, approved, good luck with the state board, right? Transaction. Different way is, hey, we want to share what's working. We want to be your partners. We want to help you in the appropriate ways. Go fulfill your mission. Make it easier. Facilities financing, etc. Right? So what we really zero in there is having a shared vision and values. Okay, so a lot of authorizers talk about compliance, oversight, and accountability. 3 pretty common words, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. What if we just reframe that a little bit and said, what we really want to do is make sure you have operational integrity. Would it change the conversation? Because one thing that I know is true is people don't send stuff. Sometimes they don't send it incomplete, and sometimes they don't send it inaccurate. And that's where the authorizing team, hoping to get some smiles, spends a fair amount of their time chasing paper, chasing people to make sure that they can do the compliance and the oversight and accountability work. True? It ain't a lot of fun. So the riddle I like to bring to the conversation is, you know, it'd just be better if you were responsible, so I didn't have to hold you accountable. Okay, so when I learned this lesson, it was a friend of mine, Rail Laughlin. He said, Jim, would you rather manage yourself or would you rather be managed by others? That's a tough question. I want to manage myself. He said, well, okay, then managing yourself has a look and a sound and it feels good. So I went home and the next morning my son came down. I said, Mark, would you rather manage yourself or be managed by mom and dad? He looked at me like, what's up? Well, of course he wants to manage himself, right? Son, then here's what it looks like. Well, isn't that really not trying to make it like a parent-child relationship? But do you have responsibilities and duties as the authorizer? Your boards and school leaders have duties and responsibilities. Isn't it just awesome when all of that works like clockwork? Because that's just like the foundation. Now you can do the good stuff. So we're on a quest to try and get that base competency as streamlined. I think you used the word effective and efficient. Like, how do you get that just so effective and efficient that you really don't have to spend a whole bunch of time on that? You can spend the time on the good stuff. Does that sound appealing? Okay, so then the next part then is developing relationships of mutual trust and respect. I don't know how you do that except talking to people.
And do what you say and no, like follow through. Like if you're gonna, I thought it was gonna come out better, but like do what you say what you do, or you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes.
it's just, and that's the trust, is that the mutual trust that that if I say I'm gonna show up and I'm gonna then do it. I think that's a big part of it as well.
Absolutely. So I'm gonna go to Kuznets and Posner, the book, The Leadership Challenge. It's at least in its 5th edition. It stood the test of time. But they say the number one thing an organization has is credibility. That's the number one thing you've got as an authorizing agency, credibility. The question is, how do you earn credibility? And Madam Chair, you were right on it. You do what you say you will do. Like, there's all other fancier ways to describe it. Do what you say you will do. Promises made, promises kept. You follow through, you keep your word, you walk the talk. That is super important, which also means we want you to be bold, but we also want to make sure that what you say, you've actually thought through so you can do it. So bold and pragmatic. Aspirational but doable. Right, which leads us to the last one. Any of you like Brene Brown?
Yes.
Right, she's got a saying, clarity is kindness. I think one of the best things authorizers can do for their schools to protect them, to be kind, is have a clear contract. Because people like you as board members, appointees, you're gonna come and go, right? You've experienced shift. Well, these schools are gonna be here forever, right? Under the evergreen notion. Well, what do they need to protect them? Clear, kind contract. Describes their responsibilities and authorities, describes your responsibilities and authorities. Everybody executes against that. Now you can do the good stuff. Make sense?
Yeah.
All right. So in your packet in the folder on the back of the left side, there's what we call flywheel. Now, where does this come from, right? So if you like Jim Collins' Good to Great for the nonprofit sector, looks like this. As you're onboarding new board members, I'd encourage you to make this required onboarding reading. We use this with charter boards, authorizing boards, management teams all the time. Because what it really talks about is greatness. And what do great organizations do? 3 things. They deliver superior performance. They make a distinctive impact on their mission, their audience, the people they serve. They have lasting endurance beyond any founder, board chair, leader. Why? Because they built a flywheel, right? And the flywheel, think of it a different way, it's their business model for success. All right, so Collins wrote a follow-up called The Flywheel. Again, a short read. So we're like, okay, what would that look like for a school? Each school should do their own, but in general, see if this makes sense. Is that what schools need to do to accomplish their missions?
Well, I would say if you're doing this, you're pretty good.
Be a
Pretty
start,
fly.
wouldn't it?
You fly.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Do you know you guys trigger that whole process? How do you trigger that whole process? So one thing every charter school in Utah has in common,
They have an authorizer?
They got a charter contract from an authorizer. You can't become a charter without one, can you? So you've put 144. Sure, some have closed, but we won't do that math, right? You started that flywheel through your application process. You're going to have more people coming to you, right? Your association is blessed with the federal CSP grant. Does three primary things. It funds startup, replications, and expansions. Roughly $2 million.
$2 million per school. Yep.
Okay, so imagine having $2 million to get going. That's a beautiful thing. Well, hey, you gotta apply to them for the 2 million. Now you gotta apply to you guys for a charter. What if there's a way to create some synergy around those processes? That'd be easier for the applicants? And I would guess if you're gonna charter a school, you want them to have the 2 million per startup. And I guess if the association gives them the grant money, they want to make sure they have a charter. It seems like a perfect opportunity in that partnership. That makes sense? Okay, all sorts of possibilities. And so go back to where we talked at the beginning, who's your team? When you start thinking about your team as more than your employees and the board members, right? You got a broad network. How do you put that larger team to work? What thoughts are you having? Pause for some questions or ideas.
I oftentimes think about working for others or service leader and things like that. But I think my mind is kind of, you still want to do those things, want to put others first. But you asked the question, how do you put them to work? And so now you have a multiplier of like service provider, service. Not only you and your immediate team, but 144 are now serving.
So I love that word multiplier. So let's think about the Utah State Charter School Board as a force multiplier. You've got direct relationship with 144 schools. You've got the opportunity of relationships with all sorts of other groups, including lawmakers. Like, what would you guys being a force multiplier, having exponential impact look like, sound like, feel like? What comes to mind? All right, I'm gonna get you started. I'm coming to Eric and Clint. So Eric first. Eric was a 15-year charter school board member. So I said to him, Eric, think about being a charter school board member. Oh yeah, and then I read your law and I saw the things charter school governing boards are responsible for. And I said, now you're here. What could you guys do to help charter school board members fulfill their duties? Use their time well. Recognize they're volunteering their time, but they've got a tremendous legal responsibility. And let's just go there. Like, how do you think about that? How could you be a difference maker for charter school board members, and particularly board chairs?
I'll start since you used my name and my idea. Started into it, but it's a great question, Jim. One of the things you and I talked about, and it comes back to something that was said earlier, just about personal communication. Is we need more face time with our schools. That would be great. It's so tricky. We run such a delicate balance here. Quick detour from your question, if you don't mind. We run such a difficult balance because we're unpaid part-timers here on a board. We come together once a month and that's kind of it. we count on an amazing team. I mean, looking around the room, we've lost a lot of board members since I joined the board, but Smriti's been here the whole time. You know, Marie's been here the whole time. And so we really depend on a team of people who, you know, aren't just serving a term, you know, aren't just temporary. And so, one thing I think we just need to be mindful of is using our team as effectively as we can, because there's more permanence. You're not all permanent. Amy, I don't know how long you're going to be with us. I hope it's forever, but you're not necessarily permanent, but you're way more permanent than any of us board members are. So, one, I think we need to use our team as effectively as we possibly can. And we've got an amazing team. We wrestled with selecting our leadership a couple years ago. We put a lot of work into that, and we found amazing leaders in Paul and Marie. We're thrilled. So that really, I think, is what drives the work of this board. It's not me. It's not our amazing board chair. What drives the work is this amazing team that we put together, and making sure that we've got, we give them a clear idea of what they need to do, because we're not going to be here for forever. We've lost a lot of great board members over the last little while. We had such deep experience, and man, it was such a tough loss. But you look at it and hey, we move on. Our team's still here, even though some board members are not. So sorry, that was just a random diatribe, but back to your question, I think we need more face time with our schools. I think that would be helpful. That's something I think we can provide. We can be strategic about it. We've talked about this before, of just getting out with the schools more, you know, maybe planning some events in strategic locations around the state where we can be with our school boards, and we can help train them. We can help inspire them. That's something I think we can do as a board, and I'd love to be more active in something along those lines.
So as an example, you could host your meeting at a school.
Yeah, and we've done some of that. It's been awesome.
It has.
I think it's been great. Yeah, we could absolutely do that, but that doesn't necessarily bring the board in, because it's during the day.
Yeah.
You know, we've got some school leadership there involved, and that's been really nice, but I'd love to do more for our board members at our schools all around the state. I feel like they're kind of detached, like we are, from the day-to-day operations of the school. Their role is not operational, it's governance, the same for us. So I'd love to get more involved with board members around the state. I think that would be a great use of our time.
I think you'd have a disproportionate impact. Because think about it just selfishly for a minute. The better those boards are, the less work you have.
Yeah, it's true.
It is true.
Well, and I don't think the driver to that is giving us less work. I think the driver is the better those boards are, more ripples they create, right?
Absolutely.
It's not about getting out work. These people are not afraid of work. I'm confident. This table is not afraid of work, but they are. Yeah, I think it's about just those boards get better at it.
All right, now this is where it's always dangerous for me to step, but I'm gonna channel being fearless. Observed your board meeting. You had a person come and request you to vote to give them the ability to go to the state board and ask for a waiver for 3 years. Okay. What if they took that to their board voted on it, and that resolution came to Paul and Marie and the team, and they vetted it and came to you and said, hey, we got a request from the governing board of X. They've authorized this, we've reviewed it and done the due diligence, and now here's the request. Can you guys vote on this? And let's let them go to the state board and get it. Imagine the time savings for that school leader. And for you. Now, I don't know if that's a good idea or bad idea. It's just like an observation. And then you can see the danger of me putting something out there like that, right? But I'm curious, what do you think?
May I respond to that? I, I had not thought about it from that perspective and totally makes sense and doable. I think we came to it, and this is, I think, part of the love that you mentioned earlier, Jim, is that it was a deliberate choice to invite that director to come because we wanted to celebrate. It wasn't we weren't looking at it as a time efficiency piece. It was more of a celebration, acknowledgement, and love. So really, and that I think I'm having a moment here where I'm thinking, I definitely come to this leadership role in our work when I think about how do I make this happen, is I want people to know that we think they are superstars. Right? That we've got, like I say to my kids, we've got your back and I'm in your heart, always, right? Now, I can't measure that. I can't, right? Like you were saying, it's really hard. And then also honoring the time of everyone. But that's, I think what what that decision, what that was about, and the power, and maybe the conversation did happen with the board. I'm guessing it probably, I mean, yeah, Marie's like, it did. So right, and I really appreciate that. And and that's where I think as a board, we could have those conversations of how do we make the most of our time and balancing love and celebration and acknowledgement. I don't, so I really appreciate that feedback.
Yeah, may I chime in on that?
Yeah,
Do you mind?
please. Yeah,
Since we just talked about this.
Yeah, we
like
did.
Last week.
we did, yeah.
So I love the idea of having schools come in front of the board
Mhm.
and hopefully feeling like they're not before the Inquisition.
Yeah.
You know, that they come in front of us and it gives us a chance to ask them questions and see how they're doing and celebrate successes. So there are things we could do more efficiently as a board if that were our focus. But that's a good example, I think, of one, trusting our team that things have been vetted before they show up in front of us,
Yeah,
right? That
good
wouldn't have
point.
happened
Yeah, good point.
had Paul and Marie and their team had some conversations and made sure everything looked good. But I'd love the idea of having more FaceTime with schools. And that's just a great example of how that can be useful for all of us, just in building rapport and goodwill. So I love that today. I thought it was great.
Mhm.
Well, and I'll just quickly add, one of the tailwinds we have in Utah is that of the 140 odd schools, most of them are within an hour of this location. Not all of them, but most of them are within an hour. So it is, if somebody were driving from St. George, it might make
True,
sense to do it
true,
via Zoom, or we're on the side of efficiency and it's better for them. But I totally appreciate the thought that the executive team put into that, and I feel the same way, even before you shared your comments. I think it's, like one of the things I thought about today, and maybe we'll have an opportunity to share it more, but our relationships with these schools, like, we can talk about innovation and driving the next chapter, but you, at the bottom, the foundation of that is you've got to have a relationship, and relationships are really tested when things don't go well.
Yeah.
It's fun to come celebrate, and we should do that, but if you take any business, any entity, any marriage, any person over the course of 30 years, you're going to have some tough chapters in that. And charter schools shouldn't be expected to be exempt from that. And so during those tough times, they also need to know that there's a relationship that they can come to an authorizing board, and it's not going to be like getting a root canal, right? Like they can get
Right.
feedback and advice, and you can still do that and get accountable and do all those things we talked about that we have a responsibility to do. But at the core of it, I just don't want schools to be like, I'm never going back there, because there are schools right now that do think I'm never going back there,
Yeah.
and we got to change that.
That's
Right.
great comments.
Yeah, just two other thoughts. I did love when we did bring this to executive committee, it was a really deliberate conversation if it would go on consent.
Mhm.
Or if it's, inviting the school in, and that was, I think, a really fun piece to invite them in. And then when we reached out to Director Morley and the board chair, we always try to offer, they can come online or they can join in person. And I always love, they get so excited, like, oh, we'd love to come and like see you guys and as the team, we actually had the opportunity to go down to the school just a few weeks ago and be there to celebrate with them for a groundbreaking at their location. So I think it's fun to see just the relationship aspect there as well. And so, you know, we traveled down to Spanish Fork and then they came up here and just kind of full circle there. And they were excited to host us as well.
Yeah, I thank you, Marie, for saying that. And I think too, to provide some context, well, thinking about the 25 years, there has been contention. When I was a charter school director in the state, it was the talk among directors was, don't ever do anything that you're gonna be on the radar of the charter school board. Like, you don't just be under the radar, right? And that is the last thing that we want, I think. And so, and to Clint's point, it makes me think about as a school teacher, right? The relationships that you build with your students or with anybody, relationships that you build with people make a difference in the good and the bad and the celebratory and the not, you know? So it's, I think the relationship capital, not that but it really is. And I think, remember, Pulsifer, you said you shared that with us in the legislative season, like the relationship capital is your greatest wealth. And one that I think is where we should put a lot of our effort.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, yeah.
I just to keep listening, I keep thinking about time as being kind of like one of the things that we're talking about, like how much time do we spend? And then you think about quality time versus quantity time. And then I think most of us would be like, well, quality time is better. But yet I read something years ago that said just quantity of time matters. Like just spending time. And so I have no answer or anything like that, but I hear a lot of coalescing around more time, more meaningful, deliberate, intentional, strategic time. And I think this was an example of a strategic, intentional, deliberate time, right or wrong. It definitely was, but I think whatever we get from our board as leadership, as a team, it's gonna be helpful to know, where do you want us to spend our time? What quality interactions, how much, and try to measure in some way, because when you spend time with somebody, if it, you know, your relationship is likely going to be either better or worse relationship. And I think because we are loving and caring and professional, we are going to have quality relationships. So I'm just thinking a lot, and I'm just sharing what I've been thinking, is just how to be deliberate and intentional and strategic with the time that we have with our multipliers.
Jim, I'm so glad you asked about this, because it goes back to your comment earlier about, you know, do we as a board just want to be transactional? Because we can, we could do that. But I think that's just not what we want to do.
Right.
Like your comment about love, we want to build some of that into what we're doing and building relationships.
Well, it's the spirit of partnership. So I'm gonna. Time, right? Time's precious, right? So I want to try and just put a few dots out there, right? I love you're going to NACSA next week. Okay, one of the things I want you to talk broadly about
The week after.
is
Yeah.
your why. So I sat here and listened to your why, and I thought, wow, if there was a way to bottle that and share it with your boards and your school leaders and your ecosystem partners, they would see you differently. Right? They'd have heard your heart. I think that's really powerful. The relational aspect that you're talking about, your team, right? You model as a board, your team carries it out, you're building those relationships. Very powerful. You do that with lawyers, facility finance people, right? Lawmakers, like all of a sudden you've got that force multiplier, that relational capital. We run into many authorizers that are transactional. They are the regulator. They are consumed with compliance and oversight and accountability. And so I don't have to convince you, you guys already got it. I hear it. What was pushing you now is many boards have what they'll call a mission moment. And they just start their meetings with a mission moment, kind of like kids, right? So if you think about a few of the things we've talked about this morning. We got the cure for cancer, we want to share it. Right? We know a way down a path that works, we know a way down a path that leads to ambush. How do you celebrate and collect that stuff and share it out? Because you've got an ecosystem of schools that would love to hear that. So if that was a celebration, it was a celebration with one. Right? I think your challenge as a board statewide now is how do you get a bigger megaphone?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Bigger megaphone. Okay, where are we going next, Mary?
So we are going to be breaking for lunch soon. So after lunch, we're gonna come back and we're really gonna dive into some of the priority areas and really start thinking of like what's next? What's those opportunities that we're not realizing? What are those opportunities we need to double down on? And so really thinking about you know your mission, you know your vision, and we put a copy of it in the folder as well. And one thing I love this, dream bigger. And if you look at it, it's kind of playful. And the reason why it's playful is as adults, we don't dream enough.
No.
You know, we don't think big enough, right? We as a child, we have, you know, it's easy. We thought bigger and we thought like what could be. And as adults, we start putting ourselves into boxes. We start putting ourselves into like this frame. And we talk with authorizing boards all the time. And they're like, oh, that'd be great if we could. I was like, well, why can't you? And they're like, they look at me and I was like, does it say you can't do that in your law? Well, no. Does it say you can't do that because of? No. Okay, well, why can't you? I had the same conversation with charter schools. They're always like, oh, if only we could. And I was like, well, what's keeping you from that? And so one thing I want to do is really focus on thinking bigger, dreaming bigger. And so we use this phrase as it would be amazing if. It'd be amazing if, and don't think about it'd be amazing if tomorrow something happened, right? But it'd be amazing if, think about, you know, we're in 2025 and 25 more years, it's 2050. Isn't that crazy to think about? 2050. In 2050, wouldn't it be amazing if? You know where you are today, you've celebrated a little bit of that, you've been looking at it, you celebrated your 25 years. And what if you sat there here in 25 years and said, wouldn't it be amazing if? So what I want to do before we break for lunch is each of you just think about that. We gave you a little worksheet and this could be as big as you want to think. There's no parameters, there's no barriers, there's nothing keeping you from dreaming as big as you would like. Think about education, thinking about across the state. Think about what could be. So we're gonna pause right now, give you some time to reflect. And then we'll bring you back together and we're gonna have some lunch. We're actually gonna do a separate lunch, so we can just take a break. You guys can talk, have conversations. And then we'll be coming back and sharing a little bit about what your amazing would be. And then we're gonna dive into some focus areas. And start to take what we're thinking about individually, come together collectively, share that, because it's fun. This is a fun activity. You have no parameters, there's no sandbox around you. And then we're gonna really focus on those areas that could be some drivers into the future. All right? So take some quiet time. You can talk if you'd like with the person next to you. But start to fill this out and like what's your amazing? Yeah.
Five minutes.
Yeah. We're going to break for lunch. Is there anyone that's really excited about one of their ideas they want to share before?
I mean, I'm excited. I mean, I like my ideas, but I also, you know.
Share one of them?
Yeah, I mean, well, for me, I'm imagining like that we just, like even today was a taste of that, like just breaking free of the traditional schema of school. Like that we are no longer trapped in just the way that we envision school to be and how it has been for the last 150 years. Because we're really still in the same mindset. So I'll just start there.
I love it. There's gonna be so much that could like
Yeah.
spur that,
Yeah.
right? That's
Yeah.
awesome. So I want you to, and I like that. It's like it's thinking differently, moving beyond what we've known for 30+ years. So think about it, during lunch, talk about it. You'll have some time when you come back to finish up if you didn't get up to all three. And then we're going to, like I said, really dive into not only share a little bit more, so you can pick your top one or two and share. But then we're gonna like break up into groups and really focus on strategy, on both authorizing and school success. And then also the bigger picture of the education ecosystem and systems change. So be thinking about which group you'd kind of like to land in as well, is authorizing school success and then systems change and ecosystem. So with that, we're going to break for lunch and in about a half hour, come back, half hour, 40 minutes. And we're gonna do some light sharing on the big ideas and then get to work on some of these priority areas. Okay?
Sounds good.
Enjoy your lunch.
I think we have lunch set up next door.
Yes, next week.
Mhm.
What'd you put?
Right, who else would like to share some of their?
Sorry, Mary, I was not listening. Could you repeat that?
You've already shared, so you're off the hook.
Oh, okay.
So-
Oh, that's right. Okay, now I know exactly what you said.
But becoming.
Who else would like to share?
I can read mine. Ready? Number one. Gotta read my own writing here. My eyes are losing elasticity every day. Would be nice, it would be amazing if we focus on a successful and wider ecosystem of outcomes for kids versus just standardized tests given one time per year, only on computer and in English. Number two. We found a way to help smaller sized charter schools be able to operate. I know these aren't like the huge things, but this is how my brain works. Number three. Help education dollars follow the student slash family, no matter where they are. I wrote taxation with representation. That's it. Those one.
Is that a big idea?
Depends on where you live, but it's pretty good. Yeah.
I think it forming us
Yeah.
somehow.
Oh, taxation with representation?
Yeah.
I know.
Uh,
Congress forgets that sometimes.
fun.
These aren't my words, but they reply here and they're super relevant to what I just heard from you, Clint. So I listed, it would be amazing if learning is the constant and everything else is variable.
That's much bigger picture than me. That's good.
Well, it's what you said though, like, right? Like if that's, if
Better.
we have that as the focus and all the things around it can solve in other ways, right?
That's good.
Thanks.
That is good, yeah.
I like the love concept that was brought into this morning's conversation, so I put down that each student is loved.
It's much better than me too.
Building on each other's idea.
And I think, you know, what goes into, I think the, behind that to me is like, I don't think each student is loved, you know, realistically. I think that there's still slipping through some cracks and there's still some, and so when do we get to the place where each and every student is loved? And I think part of love is providing the best education.
Yeah.
You know, that's an outpouring of love or one.
One of mine is kind of similar, but I think I put improve outcomes. Focusing on quality as opposed to quantity, and in the early days, appropriately and needfully, we needed to sort of grow the charter school, you know, try to get new ones and so on.
Yeah.
But it feels like, and I've thought about this actually since I became a board member, it feels like maybe that isn't as needed right now, but what is needed is to focus on outcomes, which is a lot of what we've said, having students feel loved, but and it really, sharing the secret sauce is a method to get there too, you know, but wouldn't it be cool if every charter school just was doing an exceptional job?
Yeah.
So, you know, quality maybe as opposed to quantity at this point, so.
I'll share. This is a familiar theme with what I've stated already today, but one is if we could build a relationship of trust with every school board for the schools we authorize. And then we could build a relationship between our team and school leadership that is filled with trust and goodwill for all the schools that we authorize.
That's good. I would adopt that one in mine.
Are you guys familiar with Simon Sinek and the Circle of Trust? I think that'd be a really good future topic for you to read that, talk about it. You don't have to read the whole book, but It's like we're just talking about that particular part. And how can you create that sort of trust with schools, partners?
Any other, even though we've shared one, anybody else wanna share additional one?
You can have more than one big dream.
You can have so many big dreams. All right, so we're gonna move into working with some teams and really going from bold ideas to bold action. But it's great to have ideas. I'm sitting next to one of the guys that has the most ideas I've ever heard in my life. And it doesn't matter how many ideas you have until it's put into action. And so we're going to take some of this thoughts and this mindset and put it into some practical uses. And we're gonna have a couple different groups that are focusing, like I said, my group will be in the other room, working with, focusing on authorizing. So that's like the core fundamental, work and that things that you're responsible for. And then also strong schools. Strong schools can mean a lot of different things. And so whether it's practice sharing or innovative things that, need to get out there, so help all schools. Whether that's, supports that are needed at schools. So what does it mean to have strong schools? And what is the role of this team? We talked about the bigger collective team in that. Jim's gonna be in this room and focusing on education ecosystem and systems change. So, as was pointed out, the state's ripe for opportunities. If you don't have the constraints that a lot of other areas have. So how do you want to lean into that in the future? What does that look like? What opportunities are there? And so that group will be spending time in here, working through that. What would this look like? What are some examples of this? When we think, and there's no parameters around this, there's no but, and say the word but. The moment you start saying the word but, it starts to, bring down the opportunities. And so you're gonna be brainstorming. What does this mean for authorizing? What are some of those fundamentals? Like, yeah, we do that really well, but what's that next step? What does it mean to, differentiate? What does it mean to, I would say, like, it's great to have performance frameworks. Everybody uses them for accountability purposes. I'm like, what's the incentives? What do you, like, when you do really well and you're just knocking out of the park year after year, what's the incentives? So thinking about flipping some things, thinking about it a little bit differently. And so we're gonna be leading, in our respective areas, and then we're gonna do a flip where the groups will change. And you'll reflect on what the other group put down, what they said, what they're missing maybe, and spur some more ideas. So these are four of the big focus areas, and how we came up with these is both, we kind of summarized some of the things in your strategic plan. So a lot of the stuff may be familiar and you'd be able to reference it if you'd like, but also looking at your law. There's two key words in your law, which around authorizers is shall and may.
Yeah.
All right, so shall, you really need to do it. The may, you can choose to. And that may is what's really interesting in these second two. Is what you said, like we have good relationships with legislature. We have, the abilities to do them things. So how do you lean into that a little bit more? Okay. So we'll have a lot of conversations around this. We'll flip and then we'll come back together. We're gonna spend some deep time on this. And so we're gonna try not to rush you. We want, the voices to be heard in different, ways. The team is gonna also be part of it, so the board and the team, and everybody here will be joining in, so, glad to have different perspectives and different voices at the table, so. That sound good?
Yeah.
All right. So you get to self-select. Now we're gonna try to make sure it's even. So some of you will wait and probably see, if you have a passion one way or another, select those groups, and then we'll try to even some things out as well, okay?
And is it 1 and 3 then?
1 and 2 will be in that room,
1 and 2 over there.
and then
Question.
3 and 4 are in this room.
Okay, I didn't know if we were doing 2 and 4.
Yeah, 1 and 2 is in the other room, and 3 and 4 will stay in here, okay?
And
But
then
we're
you switch,
ultimately
so you
gonna get
two
both.
cracks at the end.
Okay.
You're ultimately gonna be able to get both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, so it's just a matter of where you start.
oh.
All right, I'll go next door. I'll start.
We pick.
Yeah, is that okay?
Tina, come on over.
Why don't I text you? Wonder is she?
Right there, though.
Anyway, I will not be talking with you more about it.
Yeah.
It's
Sounds amazing.
it's so fun. So.
How are you?
Horse is 7 foot.
Very good. Yeah, just around getting.
No.
You know that.
I mean, at the start.
Yeah,
Exactly. So they ended up changing the course because of the weather before about. And it was just.
Yeah, when you said like
Remember?
all that and brother.
All the things, so it was just so fun though to see like so they have a 3 hour.
Numbers to divide
up the
group a little bit.
And
I think she's going in there.
You're going over there?
That should make it half and half.
yeah,
I love it. Yeah, thanks for putting that on my radar.
yeah, for sure.
That sounds great.
Sounds good. I'll be here. That looks like half.
All right, are you kind of even? What do you doing?
You can post it. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 7. We got 8 and 7. Okay.
All right, ready? So, here's our mission. Ecosystem and the system. I'd like you to think about the ecosystem as how can you help create the conditions where charters can thrive. What do they need? And then on the systems change, I want you to take that another step, which is. You know, if you're a king or queen for the day, and you could change anything in Idaho that make education better. What kind of systems change should we be looking at, thinking about? Does that make sense?
Did you mean to say Utah or did you really mean Idaho?
Utah.
Okay. I thought you were like.
Did I say?
Did you
it?
say- I think you said Idaho.
He did say Idaho.
Okay.
We could change something in Idaho.
I just
you
didn't
know.
know.
Maybe we want to change something in Idaho.
I'm sorry.
No, it was fine. I'm not, I just.
Not Idaho.
Maybe we are gonna change Idaho for a second. Or as we like to say, North Utah.
All right, so, let's start with the ecosystem, but if you're like burning on the other side, we can do two things at the same time. Okay? So. Think about the ecosystem. Who are the players in the ecosystem? What do they bring to the party? What do we need more of? What's missing? Like, open-ended, take it where you want.
I like to think that we're part of the ecosystem.
Absolutely.
The association with the support that we get and the collaboration that we've had a lot with the state charter school board, you know, in some of your deliverables, just be, you know, in some of the grants that we've received for the training and for different pieces. And then we've also looked to facilitate and build those great relationships with legislators and, you know.
Very good.
And the things that we do there on multiple levels. And we also attempt to have a good relationship with the schools too, so that there are those additional supports, you know, because the authorizer support is different than an association support, you know, which is different from the State Board of Ed support that they get. And so I think each of those pieces are really important to that.
You also host an annual conference.
And the conference, and we actually look to that as a place where we can all come together, where hopefully we can build that cohesive message so that we're all moving in the same direction, right? And to get that input from everybody so that, you know, when Royce is up at Capitol Hill talking legislators, that we're doing things that are going to be important to the schools. To your point, you know, it all goes back to, well, what's going to be the best for students? What's going to be the best driver to encourage schools to have that good performance, you know, so that everybody's moving in the same direction. I think that's why it's so important to have that ecosystem.
And Gina, you shared with me at break that you and Paul and Marie have already been working together on syncing the grant process and the authorizing process.
Yeah, so that when you authorize schools,
you know, we want to be right there to get them and have them start their CSP application.
Yeah.
Just as a seamless transition, so that hopefully we can get that money to those schools, you know, that qualify.
It's great.
And then another piece that we're looking at to help bring, and it's harder. Because, you know, we're a few steps removed, and as authorizers, you are too, is getting those families of students as a block for change. And bringing together, because education is political, but it's not political, right? I mean, all stripes of families are sending kids to school. But we want to have that cohesive message to bring the families to support that change that we need to have favorable laws and favorable things, you know, moving forward. So that's a piece, part of the ecosystem that's a little harder to tap, because schools, rightfully so, are reticent to say, here's all of our parent emails, you know? But to provide some kind of way to engage all of them, so that if they choose to participate in any kind of process like that we can send those messages out.
And I just have to say, of all the lobbying groups, or, you know, groups that are education related groups in the area of education that try to affect policy and legislation, theirs is the most effective, 100%. It makes a difference, because some education lobbying groups actually create the opposite effect. You know, when they're behind something, it actually has a negative effect, if you know what I mean. So I'm just saying it's important.
To have them as part of our ecosystem.
It's
Not
huge.
just a part.
Yes, it's very,
Integral part. Yeah.
very, very important.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about this a little, I mean, that's great. I have a little different idea or thought in my mind.
Mhm.
I've been thinking about this meeting for a few days since we've got the heads up on it, and as I walked this morning, I couldn't go back to bed, so I took an early walk, and I really thought, you know, what's at the core of this? So conditions where they thrive. I have learned in my 1 year on this board, there is a lot of real-time things happening. And yet we are seen with a delay of that real time. A little bit, I think, through our member schools. A lot through other stakeholders, the legislature. I think we went through kind of an issue last year where I really do feel like many of those legislative stakeholders are considering policy because of maybe a version of the board in the past from, I don't know, 4, 5, 8 years ago. Because they had an interaction with the board then. And maybe it was unpleasant, and that's what's causing kind of the change. And we get kind of pulled into this idea that we're part of the stagnant status quo versus the innovative, future-looking organization. And maybe there is some truth to we're the status, we're the stagnant status quo. Like we might need to look at that. But so I think there's a gap between real time and what's happening, and yet a lot of people that look to this body are have had experiences in the past, and so they are taking that. And so, and then my other thought is just the importance of communication with all of these folks. This is really kind of, if I thought about one thing for this meeting today, it is making sure that we create a system of communication so that, I think Vice Chair Olson talked about, and I'm all the way with you, this idea of, we've talked about having a meeting with legislators. I think we're gonna do that, but we should have a series of kind of town hall meetings. And I don't know if at a full-time level, like I know Brendan, you are with schools regularly, right? But Brendan shows up because it's time for the 5-year review, and here I am. I would love us to show up. I think Paul, you and Marie did a tour last year that wasn't tied to any sort of requirement. Like it was just, hey, we want to come see you. We want to hear what you're going through. Those are the kind of, like, when we don't have to show up, it would be nice to show up. That's a key to building a relationship, right? If I want to do something I don't have to do, I really signal to you like how I really feel about this situation. So I just want to create kind of, I hope that we can create more of that, because then I think that builds a chance. I have heard schools, and I've heard people come to me in the last year confidentially, and I'm a governing board member. I'm not a, full-time guy. So a lot of times I just take it in, but there are schools right now that still feel like I'm never coming to you guys, never. Like, yeah, I'd rather have a root canal than come to you. And I'm in a regulatory environment in my work. When we are gonna be audited by the SEC, we all huddle up, we go, okay, you say bare minimum, you just give the least amount of information you can, and then you just look down and hope like that's how this world works, right? And I just don't wanna be that. Like, I'm not I don't think any of us are interested in an organization like that. But the reality is we're still viewed that way by many of our schools. And I don't want to flip that. So I particularly appreciate what Elder Olson, Vice Chair Olson, has said on that too today.
I think just going along with that, if you watch the charter school movement over time, you see that the charter schools were anticipated to be the innovators, the change agent, the great alternative, all of that. And somehow you kind of get to the place where you're just one of them, you might say, you're just status quo, part of the bureaucracy. And kind of what you're saying is changing the perspective and the communication and the way we're to come back over to where we were supposed to be, and we are, which I think goes to maybe showcasing what's happening to the right people more, so that you're not viewed as, just like what you're saying, changing the communication. So we're not viewed as, part of the bureaucracy. Now we have to go to the new shiny thing that will be different.
And I'll just add, and then I want to hear. Yeah, I totally am with you, Susan, because, we say, hey, go fly, go be yourself, go be innovative, do your thing. You've got this charter, go. But then we pull them back in step by step, unfortunately. Like, not we, but I've been frustrated as a participant in the charter school market that that regulation, that reporting, that standardized testing, and those things are not bad on their own. But I know these schools get frustrated because they have this entrepreneurial spirit, and they get sucked back into kind of being in the box because of what comes with state dollars is state regulation, and it just clips their wings, and it is a frustrating process. I would love to. That's different than communication, but I'd love to not clip their wings, so much sometimes.
Well, I think in the first 25 years and seeing how favorable and to your point, and I think you had said it, and you said, from, a national perspective, when we go and speak with other state leaders, and as I've been in other groups, even school choice groups, they're just like, wow, Utah, you guys can do anything, with our facilities and our funding and, being able to put a school anywhere with our zoning, things like that. We are in a great place as far as those basics that other states have to fight for. And so the next level is to say, let's cut those ties. Let's cut those strings, right? Those strings. And I know you've done a great job working on cutting those regulation reporting. But what if instead of saying, okay, so charter schools follow these rules, these education rules, what if we flipped it and just said, unless it explicitly says in the law, charter schools need to follow the, like, instead of saying they follow it unless it's carved out, let's just knock it out unless we put it in. And so that's a whole different conversation as far as regulating and opening things up for innovation. And so, I know we've had conversations with school leaders to say, okay, what does that look like? Like, if you didn't have to do the state testing, or if you didn't have to do particular things, do we have the appetite to do that? Are we too afraid to let schools just do that? I don't
And
know.
as listening to you, I mean, it feels like that was part of the bargain at the beginning of this movement. Was that you are going to have less regulation. You do not have to consistently assimilate to the, to the US, to, the big government. And you can do things with flexibility and autonomy. But that bargain hasn't fully been realized.
And I think the reason why, and the whole thing in this, it goes back to the other thing we were talking about. All those regulations come when something bad happens.
Yeah.
And so we have to show that we got it, and if there's something, I mean, not let a bad thing happen, which goes back to how do you do that? Cause you gotta figure it, but that's the switch pin. As soon as something that's not good, then all of a sudden you're slapped down with
Regulation.
regulations.
Yep.
Can I,
Yeah.
share with you guys a little bit? So. Teacher background, right? Mom background. You're a teacher. Let's say you got 25 students, kid misbehaves. You deal with the kid or do you punish the whole class? Right? And we'd all say, deal with the kid, right? Don't punish the whole class. But rest shift that up to us now, right? Something goes wrong in a school.
Yeah.
Do
We all
put
get punished.
policy in place for everybody?
Right.
Or do we deal with the bad actor?
And we deal with that black eye of charters for a while.
And,
Yeah.
and is it, and so when something happens, if we diagnose it, right? So like, let's do root cause, not symptoms. Is it a bad actor issue or is it a systemic issue? Right? Because you'd say if there's a systemic issue, then let's deal with it. But if it's a bad actor issue, let's deal with the person. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So one of the things I told you I did is read your charter contract. So I picked Beehive. The only reason I picked them is because one, I think I'm interviewing them on the podcast coming up. And two, they were a recent charter, and so I wanted a recent document. But at the end, it says the Utah State Board of Education has waived the following administrative rules for the charter school. Answer: none. Now, I don't know if that's because.
What's the date on that one, just to make sure?
Would have been 2025, I believe.
Okay, good.
So why am I raising that? What I don't know, because I don't understand your world enough, is do they not need anything? Do they already have everything they want, or
Too much work for them.
don't know what to ask? Okay,
Too much work to get the waiver.
okay. So if
My,
that's
just
true,
my thought, but
if that's true, and you're the guardian and steward of 144 and more to come, is there something you could do that says, a lot of all of our schools, most everybody wants these 6 waivers and we've already got them assembled, let's get your name in there and here's how you ask for them.
yeah.
Class action waiver.
You know what, so 3 years ago, maybe, there was a bill passed. And it wasn't my bill, but I supported it. I was a sign off on it. And it said that a teacher or a school, not speaking necessarily of charters, but could have been a charter, but anybody, district schools, a school or even a class can ask for waivers to do something cool that they really want to do. And it passed. It was very well liked. The bill passed. Nobody's done it. And it's there, when you ask, it's like, isn't anybody, the answer seems to be, we're afraid. We're afraid of something bad happening and we'll get in trouble, or we're afraid, or it's too much. Another answer I had is it's too much work to go through it, to make it happen.
With the risk of getting denied.
Well, denied, or even doing it and then it doesn't go well, or, so I'm not as confident in this cool idea. I think it'll work, but I'm not sure, that type of thing, which I think is interesting. That probably applies again to charters from what you're saying. And it was across the board also.
So I spent a fair amount of time on this topic, so I want to tell you 3 quick stories. So one is, I've been a judge on the Center for Education Reform's Yes Prize. If you're familiar with that at all.
Yeah.
But it's the stop award, and the P in stop is permissionless. So what I've been saying to all my charter friends is, here's permissionless. And all this energy, enthusiasm, here's permission bound. Where are we? Because we were supposed to be freed from all the rules in exchange for the accountability, but it never really was true. Most people would say we've got regulatory creep. Charters, we often say, well, we're public schools, treat us like all other public schools, and we're kind of getting treated like all other public schools. It's like, there's a lot of things to that. So that's part one of the story, permissionless or permission bound. Where do you want to be? Part two, Texas Association. They worked 18 months with their State Department of Ed, who's the authorizer, to get rid of all of the non-legislative rules and requirements that they could. It was a slog of detailed work. But what their member school said is, that's the single best thing you've ever done for us. Because that affects our day-to-day life. Okay, and part of the moral of that story is what's legislatively required, what's not legislatively required. Okay, the other part of that story is an individual school can't do that kind of stuff. I don't like the word can. They don't. They're too busy. And it seems self-serving. They don't have they weren't appointed by the legislature like you are. Right? So think about how you could work with the association, with the schools. You as the statewide authorizer, what could you do on a topic like that? And then to really spin your mind is, if you've got the authority to grant an evergreen contract to run a public school, educate kids and get public money to do it, why couldn't you be in charge of issuing waivers? And do they have to be waivers? Like, you just have these freedoms unless you misbehave, and then, you get some conditions. But would there just be a different paradigm of how to think about this?
It would work in theory. And then the first time something bad happened, you'd get slammed. Promise. Nothing legislators like to do more than solve a problem and make something bad not happen.
And that's the issue that I think, when those things happen, or, something comes up, a parent brings a huge concern to the legislator, they're like, oh, I want to do something.
They'll jump
about
on it immediately.
That's that's a total paradigm shift
I know.
for legislation
I know.
when it comes to education.
I know.
It would be amazing if legislators only pass laws that actually made sense for education.
But I think what we could do though, because you know what, the parents should have the right to go to their legislature and say, I have this concern, and they should, that's okay.
Yeah.
I know it causes ripples, but.
But they also can vote with their feet and move their kids to a school that fits for them. Anyway, that's like.
But
All I'm saying is what we could do though, is we could do a better job of partnering with the legislature.
Yes.
Like, I think our body has learned that in the last year. I think your expertise, Susan, is gonna lead. And frankly, Stacy and, both of you have such strong legislative backgrounds, but I'm just convinced that. I won't name names, but I talked to a key legislator. I've told Susan this, and I thought, oh, he's a friend of the state charter school board. And he told me it was miserable. He's only ever had a miserable experience. When he heard I was on the board, he was like, oh, you're on that board now. And this is somebody who I thought, oh, well, you can count them in the friendly category of the legislature. And he's not wrong. His experience was miserable. And so I just think, what can we do about it? We can proactively reach out to legislators and just tell them what we're doing in real time and what we're thinking about and what we're mindful of, so that if they hear some other piece of data out there, like something not going well, at least they might have the ability to say, I can understand this over here, but boy, I'm hearing more good and I'm seeing data good over here, so I might not do reactive legislation like I would. And that's probably all we can do.
Well,
on that front.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all we can do. It's
No.
one thing we can.
And this goes back to what we talked about, building relationships, early on. And that's exactly right. If we had a relationship of trust. So that if when they heard something bad happens, because it's going to, that they would say, let me call Clint and see what's going on. I had, when I was on the school board in Jordan District, I had a senator who was quite strong in the education community, Aaron Osmond. And he was my senator. And when someone would call him that lived in his area and say, there's this bad thing happened, the first thing he did wasn't pull a bill. The first thing he did is call me. Well, he would write them and he would say, you need to call Susan Pulsifer. And so then he would call me and say, they're calling you. Take care of it, fix it, and let me know what you did. And so I did. And so they never turned into bills.
Yeah.
But there was a relationship of trust, so I was his first phone call.
I think if we build that relationship of trust, then we could say a year from now or 2 years from
Yeah.
now, hey, we've looked at these reports and we're in consensus as a board, get there. That we could simplify by these steps. Because you have the relationship there, then they'll say, okay, well, we'll look at this.
Yes.
Like, I think you build a lot more momentum.
And if
But-
you hear anything, let me know.
Yeah.
I'll fix it. You know, I mean, I'll take care of it, kind of.
So we've got a lot of wood to chop here, but I'm convinced in the next chapter or two of like what helps the cause.
Yeah.
This is a part of those chapters. I'm just convinced of it.
So one thing that I heard very recently was that, you know, where are your power bases? Right? What are your power brokers? And I'm not a big power person. I don't usually like to think about like the powers and how you use those powers to influence good, right? But in this conversation, I had a couple of aha moments in it. And one of them, I hear us talking about the relationships with the lawmakers, which is hugely important. But then also what I learned in the last year, because I was not involved in legislative work, or at least not to the degree that I am now, is that there is true power in the pen. Whoever can help legislators draft and write and pen out laws, and I think that that's where our partners do have power. And we're glad that they do, is because they flat out do a lot of drafting and editing and writing. We have no power of pen right now. Nobody, I take that back. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, former Vice Chair Phillips actually drafted a lot of charts, but it took her hours and weeks and like so much work, right? She was like a true bulldog to do the work, and we got results and we got some. So I think about like power structures and just the idea of the power of writing and drafting. And the other one I
You know
think,
who helps them do that? Them.
yeah,
They
Yeah.
do. And we can work with them as we are and as we did last year.
yes.
Because they do have that
I
power.
was gonna say, and we have a group that Royce has reached out and we have a short group of really interested school leaders. And I think that that's a huge group too,
Yes.
because where our schools are in, you know, their constituents, their schools are in, you know, the districts of those legislators, so they hear directly from those leaders. And we have a working group where if there's a rule or a bill,
Yes.
you know, and Royce has permission to share that with them to look over, how is this going to affect your school? You know, that is definitely.
And that'd be
something-
the other
As I
power
say,
base is like the
Systems.
multiplier
Yeah,
of how do we empower all of our LEA boards and our school leaders to be involved during the session
Yeah.
or year round, so that when an issue hits, if you didn't draft it, so you don't like what's there, all of a sudden you have a group of people calling, dialing, texting, emailing, showing up, engaging.
we've set up that system so that we can have a pre-populated email where people can just
And,
put in their name and say, hey, this is how I
And
feel
we-
about a certain bill.
and we
things like that, you
appreciate
know.
yours, but I think this being a state charter school board thing, we rely on your networks and your
We need to
pen.
engage too.
We probably also need to build up an ecosystem or our own systems.
Yeah.
Not to compete, to join forces,
But-
to work with.
More voices, no, I completely agree, just those more voices coming from different areas, you know, with those different perspectives too. Cause you have that unique perspective
Yeah.
saying, and we have oversight for these schools and this is.
Yeah.
I'm loving this conversation. I wanna maybe try and contribute. So in most states, there's the ABC groups of education. Right, so the school superintendents come in and then the school boards come in and then the school business officials come in and then the middle school principals come in, right? Pretty similar here. And then you've got the one charter school group, right? So to the extent that you guys can bring voice in from, let's say, the authorizing side, the association side, the charter board member voice, all of a sudden you're starting to get multiple cracks at the conversation, at the relationships, at those connections. I'm not sure if all of you guys know my background, but I used to run Central Michigan University's chartering operation, and we had about 35,000 students across the state. But one of the things we did for the lawmakers is we had their district, whether it was House or Senate. We took all the charter schools that were in it, name of the school, grades served, number of students, board members, and school leadership and contact info. And we'd walk it into them. And we'd update it every year. Boy, they thought like that was amazing. Well, no, it's just stuff we do. We just put it in a format that was easy for them. And you could see how something like that could be very doable, even with your new schools, you know, center representative wanted to let you know. Expansions. I was reading a lot about the different satellites and some of the stuff, but like, I think there'd be some very low hanging fruit that you could get easy wins on. But your points about communication, a system of communication.
Yeah.
At multiple levels, at multiple audiences. We talked this morning, I'm like megaphone, right? But think about how your communication channels and mediums, from audio to video to written to social media. But how do you target who you want to hear that message?
Huge learning, huge growth opportunity.
What do we currently, oh, no, go ahead, sorry. Well, what do we currently do? I'm gonna use the word staff once, don't, you know, but just at a full-time staff level, like what are the, what are the what are the current communications of back and forth?
So
School.
when we added our position, the new position, strategic growth and development, some of the different communications and things like that matriculated into that position. So like the impact report that you see there, that was a byproduct of the new position on our overall team to do that. And so incorporating monthly newsletters, but we don't have like, you know, when you think about Utah and how strong their social networks are, I mean, what do you call those social networks? I'm not a social network person. They're
I mean, the
Like
marketing.
Facebook,
media?
Facebook and all, social media. We have no impact in that arena at all, none. And
Like-
yet, yeah,
Oh,
so we
I
don't,
know,
we
like,
don't produce anything.
because I see it on YouTube, because I'm one of the 38 subscribers to the state's YouTube channel.
Yeah, yeah.
To the Charter School Board's channel. You're another one?
I
You're less?
might be
Maybe.
one yet.
Yeah,
I know there is a business manager meeting, like training, and I think
Yeah, yeah.
Lisa does it and,
We have another one. I do the
Directors
directors
meeting.
meeting.
okay, like,
Every
so
month.
that's like one form of communication, but like, I know you're in schools, Brendan, but again, I'm not any negative here, but you're there, I think, as part of the review process. You have such a disposition. I can't think anybody hates Brendan. Like, the guy doesn't have one enemy on planet Earth. Yes. So I think that's very positive. But again, you go because, hey, guess what? Your 5 years is up, but I'm here to talk to you. But maybe you don't. Like, I don't know.
There are more direct communications with the schools themselves.
So but is that it? Like those aren't very many touch points. I wouldn't think.
UCAP has like a success story and like give us like what's going good at your school. And we've advertised it in our monthly newsletter on our website. I guess that no one's ever done it. I've been the only one that inputs and I put like 3 schools in, but
I think it might
That would be
be,
nice.
I do like that we have built it, we've identified it as a need.
Yeah.
We've built some structure in UCAP to produce it. But I don't know that we have the strategic mindset behind it, nor do we have, you know, so like for boards like, look, we need a system of communication identified, and that's our highest priority. That's different than our current strategic plan,
And
right? I don't think it's in there.
I think
So,
I love what we're doing, you know, but going along those lines, it might need to be more clear what we're doing.
yeah.
And
The
the
why.
reason, yes, the reason why I say that is I had a very high level person say to me, the state charter school board doesn't do anything, it's just the associations. And I did come back and ask, and no, we did this and this, but maybe nobody knows
Right.
that we're doing it. You know, which is maybe make that stronger, bigger, clearer,
Mhm.
what we're doing and value added and how we're helping to train, because that, and having people think that of us will also help us to among, you know, legislators and who, and state board members and all of that, have us have more clout. You know, what we're talking about building is maybe they really clearly understand what we're doing. So toot our horn.
Yeah.
So I asked ChatGPT, what are collaborative ways that as charter school authorizer can build collaborative relationships with portfolio schools? You can see my grammar wasn't very good here, but it did forgive me and give me, there's some like, and I'm guessing this is just kind of like a web of what's out there. But there were some great like quarterly learning roundtable meetings, gather school leaders to discuss what's working and what's not. Transparent decision rationale, share the reasoning process. When you make a decision, I'm looking more for communication here. I highlighted some of these, but designate time each month for school leaders to talk with authorizer staff about their word, not mine, about challenges or ideas informally. Then there's some others though that I think we're doing, right? Like it was facilitate peer-to-peer learning networks. That's part of what that's what's happening, right? We have 3 mentor schools and 3 mentee schools.
Yep.
Like, and I think that was working with, you know, one of the organizations we work with, but you know, I don't mean to just read this list, but I'm just saying, like, I think
Lot
there
of
are
opportunities.
opportunities that we can really start. Now, some of this has to do with bandwidth. You know, one of the reasons we're a unicorn is we do run, we have a lot of schools with a lean staff. So we have to pick what we can do. But of the things we should pick, I do think communicating and building relationship. I want to build relationships. Communications is a mean to that.
Yeah.
Like that should percolate up, you know, near the top. I just can't think that it shouldn't. So whatever we have to maybe let
Relationships
go.
with the schools.
Yes, I'm sorry, that's what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
I mean, with everybody, like legislatures, but really those schools, like we should be in lockstep with them. And
So some of the ideas I have, that the 3 that I had is we go out to schools just to visit, cause I assist Brendan. Most of some of the staff assist, and we go out to the schools, but it is the yearly review, 5-year review, whatever they fall in and right. So go out to the schools just to visit, just to see what they're doing. Just say, hey, we're coming out. You just want to see what you're doing, to find out what their secret sauce is, because we have that ability to go to 141 schools. Not all of them, but you know, try to see what their secret sauces are. Like, how is it that they're managing their schools and they have such good rapports and all that? And we could take all that down to kind of create our list of things that other schools can do also. I also had, if we had all schools, teachers, staff and admin collaborate with each other, maybe like create a big PD day. Obviously it would have to be in different areas, but have the teachers and everybody come together and just kind of collaborate, you know, just seeing what they're doing and letting them know that we see them. Cause I think that's a lot of the relationship building, is they have to understand that we see them, that they're just not out there on their own doing nothing, you know, just, it's not that they're doing nothing, but they're just their own little island. Instead of saying, hey, we see you, we're gonna come visit you, we wanna collaborate with the other islands that are around you, so that there's like a tight uniformity. And then also having their parents part of that too. It would have to be a slow process coming in, but you do want the parents. I mean, the parents change everything.
When you guys go, do you meet with school admin or board or? Well, okay, great. So
Mhm.
you do get to meet with board members.
Huh.
Good. Okay, fine.
That show,
Do they start
that show.
like, this is an audit, I'm gonna say the minimum and I hope you leave as soon as possible? Or is it more like, hey, we're glad to see you? Like, how does that go?
I'm glad to see.
I think it's been very positive, very.
Great.
By
I'm so glad to
design.
hear this.
Not just by character, although Brendan has amazing character. We have as a team by design wanted to come in with a supportive mindset rather than a penalizing mindset.
Yeah.
Which we think has added to some of the shift of the last few years from where we were. I wanted to add one of the things where we've had a lot of success. And it might have been by accident. This one is less deliberative and intentional, but we added our letter of awareness to our schools. And it's been a wonderful interaction for me with the schools because I'm working with schools when they're like super vulnerable. We're aware of something. We're not heavy-handed yet. And we're not penalizing. We're talking about the issue. And we have had some of the best relationship building happen as we go through issues together. I think the same can be true for notice of compliance and warnings and school closure. Hard as those things are, think about your kids. They know that you love them when you actually discipline them, in a loving way, not in an authoritarian way. And so I think that there is a real opportunity strategically to provide oversight in not just a supportive way, but in a loving way, right? And I think I'm just trying to share that, some of the best board member relationships that I now have become because of we know about something, you know about something, let's now talk about it and get through this together.
So I want to take what you're saying and try and put it in another framework. In schools, the students and the teachers and everybody that works there usually know who the bad teachers are. Like the ones that don't care, the ones that aren't prepared, the ones that just aren't good for kids, right? Everybody knows who they are. What they resent is the leader that doesn't deal with them. Right? Just pretends they don't exist, kicks the can down the road, right? It really outrages them. Because they're not dealing with the issue. Okay, so now think about that as the authorizer. I'm sure out of 144 schools, you got some that aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing. And all the good schools are like, you gonna deal with that? Or are you gonna avoid it? Right now, think about it from a messaging standpoint. If there's these shared vision and values, that it comes with being a Utah State Charter School Board authorized school. Like we operate with operational integrity, we operate with financial integrity, we're good stewards of the taxpayers' money, we're operate with passion about learning and great instruction, loving adults. Like if you can start wrapping it around values, then you're not picking on them because they didn't turn in Form X-22, right? You're like, hey, we had this agreement about operational integrity and you're violating that and we're concerned. Is there something we don't know? But what I want you to think about with that example is how to reframe, okay? And then some really, school people are extremely busy. So the idea that they're gonna watch, however long your board meeting is, right? 2 hours or 6 hours today. But if it's all recorded and you really had that communication systems and plan, imagine how you could probably throw AI in and say, summarize this into a page and a half, and you could issue a letter and say, hey, the Utah State Board met yesterday. Here were the things before us. Here's what the decisions were, and here's a little bit of why. By the way, the conference is coming up. We want you to register, and we're going to be sharing Utah's story at the NACSA conference, right? Like just making stuff up, but just you have built-in opportunities to communicate. Okay, so one of the things that broad category, I want you to think about, you have a role to inform and educate. Inform and educate. before overseeing and enforcing. So think about all the ways you have information that you can inform and educate board members, school leaders, partners. It'll make a world of difference. So when you're thinking about relations, I love that. But then around what? You become a source of information and education. All right, Clint, I'm gonna spin over to you for a minute. I worked with an authorizer in Michigan. And they wished that their schools had better access to facilities and learning environments. And so we put together a luncheon for lenders. To our surprise, people came in from around the country. Bankers, facility financiers, developers. And it was a conversation where got to talk about the environment, the law, the charter contracts, what do they need? How do you share due diligence? Like, how do we make the process easier? Built a lot of goodwill. A lot of goodwill. And then you can say, hey, you know, the association's got its conference, you might want to sponsor or be like, you guys can start leveraging each other in a really constructive way that builds the ecosystem. Okay, so one more point on that. When a lender wants to lend to a school, right, they've got to do their due diligence, and if it's some form of a bond, they need a bunch of documents. Usually the authorizer has all those. Because they're gonna ask for the charter contract, they're gonna ask for the school's bylaws, they're gonna ask for the school's audits, they're gonna ask for school report card, like, they wanna know if they're gonna get paid back. If you had that all in an easy system that either the schools could access and use, or the schools could give you permission to share with the lender. And then think you're collecting all of this data and performance information over the year. What's the lender want to know? How's the school doing? They're gonna want to know enrollment. But the question is like, do they get that all from the school, or is there something you could do from a systems approach that would make it more conducive to do deals for your schools?
I mean, Utah is. There's a need for Emma reporting, you know, and, you know, making your required reporting in the Emma system for bonds. A lot of our schools are missing certain steps for that along the way, you know, and so I keep wondering who's going to, this is probably not a big idea, but it's just an example of like, somebody needs to step into this need and nobody is right now. And we could, because we have access.
And 6 years ago, I took Epicenter and I wrote an API to Emma and proved it worked.
Yeah.
There's solutions.
Yeah.
This is an interesting subject.
Ongoing disclosures, you know, continuing.
So I'm here with my charter school board. If I had my roundtable hat on, I agree, there's a gap here. And this is an area that is now scrutinized and more important than ever, certainly than it was 5 or 8 years ago. On the private market side, I know our company actually has had dialogues with some of the business managers in the state saying, hey, look, there's a problem, because part of the problem is getting those reports in on time.
Yeah.
But honestly, the bigger problem is garbage in, garbage out.
Absolutely.
Because the school who's overwhelmed sends something across, the trustee gets it, that just hits basically paste forward.
Yep.
And then an investor gets something that has errors, and all of a sudden they want to have a call, and you know.
Yep.
So actually from our company, you know, I'm not here with my roundtable hat on, but in the private markets, we're really moving into Utah and around the country to approach these schools, say, look, you really need to have somebody take a look at this. Now, for this discussion, maybe that could happen at an authorizer level, right? Or maybe it's a private market. But I agree it's a need. And the problem is we cause ripples both good and bad. And that causes bad ripples. And the challenge is that creates headwinds. When you get inaccurate information, it creates headwinds for other schools. So that when they come along for financing in this case, they're facing some headwinds because somebody else, nothing to do with them, right? No sin of theirs, but they're gonna get painted with that brush. So there are some gaps there, and maybe there is an opportunity for authorizers to do that. And maybe there's an opportunity for private market to come in, but I agree there's a need there.
And when that group of people think they're not gonna get paid, their deal's going bad, they're calling lawmakers, governors, others in a hurry and they've got the cell numbers to do it. I want to take us to systems change for a minute, but I'm going to go into the law because of this topic. So you have to, each charter school shall register and maintain the charter school's registration as a limited purpose entity. You guys check that?
No, we have them tell us whether they did or not. I forget what the word for that is.
Assurance.
Yeah, assurance.
Okay, and then you also have to.
Because if we did check and verify all of the regulation instead of seeking assurance, we would just be transferring more regulatorily burden on us as an authorizer. We do not have the capacity to check all the statutes and laws.
Okay, let me tell you a quick story. Back in my day, for what it's worth, because Michigan and Utah share something in common. The charter schools are nonprofit corporations under Utah state law. You have to file an annual report as a nonprofit corporation. And if you don't, I think in 3 years in Michigan, the Security Bureau wiped you out.
The 990 you're talking about?
No,
No, different one?
yeah. It's an annual filing.
Yeah, it's not a tax return, it's just a state.
And the computer wipes you out if you haven't filed it for 4 years.
Yeah.
Well, educators usually don't know about that stuff, and if nobody's on them,
Yeah.
they don't file that stuff, and all of a sudden you run into a whole load of problems, and it's like a $25 fee and you file the form and it takes you. But if you're not paying attention to it. Okay, and then I would bet some of the schools set up 501(c)(3)s. And they don't do their filings with the IRS. And an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So just a couple ideas. The other one I was puzzled about is you have to certify that they're doing their accounting right. How do you do that? Like, do you worry about liability around that?
What is the language read?
Yeah, I'm not aware of that language. That's interesting.
Yeah, just give me a second.
Cause I can see how that would be challenging. Gina certifies it.
Not a finance.
Okay,
Reading the 54s.
I'm in 51(2)(a)(301). B sub 2. The authorizer shall certify to the state board that the charter school's accounting methods meet the requirements described in subsection 4(a)(3).
I have this feeling, and I don't know if this is accurate, that that statement is related to that they have to select a certain program. And that's it. I don't think it's anything more than a very basic step that we do early on. That's my suspicion.
No, it's a good point to catch that, because I mean. All a school's gonna do is they are gonna get a third party audit. And that auditor is gonna offer an opinion as a part of their audit that. That's what I think. As you said, so if I were a school, I would probably have to lean on my auditor, but it's a good point. We should probably see things cleaned up.
Okay, so you've used the word real time at least 3 or 4 times. Now, my assumption is that's because you're a business guy and you're used to getting stuff in real time. The education will get a year or 2 late. Is that fair? Could you guys create a system where it's real time?
Financials?
I don't know, for everything.
We've gotten financially better with real time, much better. Go ahead.
Not real time, but
It's not real time. We have improved it dramatically where we would only wait for the audit. And then once the audit came, we would start doing, analysis and support on that. We've now bumped that up about 9 months. And we can use some Q1 reports, different quarterly reports. So we have improved. Getting real time, get closer to real time is probably a realistic goal.
I had a governor in our state that said the state can close its books in 60 days. That became a point of pride for part of his governorship. And so he's like, why does it take 9 months for schools to close their books? And it's just always stuck with me of like, why? And a lot of it actually is just because the auditors level their workload up.
They do.
But I always thought, well, if I was an authorizer, could I say you gotta have your audits to us in 60 days? As a term of the contract? All right, no, I'm just throwing stuff in here, right? Sprinkling
Yeah,
stuff in.
yeah.
But where I wanna take the conversation next is expectations. And so expectations of the ecosystem, they're talking about schools and authorizing, but now let's go to expectations of systems change. What if, like, what if you had schools that were doing competency-based learning? Would you think that's cool? Right? Okay, well, what if you were like a competency-based authorizer? What would that mean? What would that look like? And is there anywhere that you're aware of where the performance of schools and education learning is competency-based or performance-based?
Meaning
I hear
that,
that.
meaning that there's a revenue stream tied to performance? Is that what you mean?
I would argue that education largely is compliance-based.
Okay.
And even though charters are supposed to be performance-based, we're still more compliance-based than performance-based. So I'm asking you to expand your thinking of, what if you said, hey, you could break free from all those shackles and do anything you wanted? Could you create a model performance-based accountability system for you and your schools?
I was gonna say that's the difficulty, right? Because then each one would need to be tailored to that school. Essentially, unless it could be, and I don't come from education background, so this is like way out from my understanding. But to be able to have enough parameters that you could gauge, but you would have to, figure out the data, but that's, I mean, ultimately, that's where charter schools should go, right? Because if we're allowing unshackled education, we just wanna see outcomes, we don't care how they get there. But it has to be specific to what they're doing, to make sure that it's working.
I mean, I think the new 3 frameworks, right, which I think probably came in concert with the work with NCIS, NCSI, NCSI. One's a show, one's an organization. But I think that under academics anyway, I think if I remember right, Brendan, and look, you can pick kind of the off the shelf, or you can customize your own. So that is maybe a step, and I think it's a big step.
It is.
What? You know,
What are the competencies that exactly that would determine if you were, and maybe some of it is individualized, like, your charter says you'll do this. Is you different than this charter,
Yeah.
And, but, so what? would those
Workforce
competen-
development outcomes.
Yeah, or, creativity or whatever, it's. And that would be very interesting to see what would the competencies look like.
I know
And
that teacher licensing is kind of heading into the competency based. Just from the touches that we have with that, so that might be even something to look at, like, okay, these are competencies for teachers. So if that's what teachers are expected to do, then how does that translate to what we expect as outcomes for students?
yeah, Idaho funds, speaking of Idaho, which we didn't mean to, but part of their funding formula comes from teacher qualifications. So based on the teachers you have in your school, it increase your funding.
Doesn't,
I don't know if that's.
doesn't usually have a little bit for a highly qualified educator, you have to have a certain number.
Yeah.
Right.
There's some criteria for different things. I think that there's some bonuses and stuff, I think, that are tied to that too.
I like that.
And one thing that I do think is exciting to me about technology, and the older I get, the more distant technology feels for me, but I do think the lag in time between the student taking the test and all that has to happen to evaluate that, I'm excited that that's gonna be shortened up a lot. I just think
It has in some schools.
with what's going to, I mean, it just has to happen, right? Like, the distance between when that student took it and what we can evaluate and extract like really meaningful stuff. I think that's gonna become much more rich and relevant in the months ahead, not even years, but months ahead.
Well, to your point in what schools are doing well, the highest performing schools, my understanding, they have their beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of the year assessments that they're constantly evaluating to find that. So there's a way to incorporate that in all schools, and I think that goes with expectation. is what are the expectations from the authorizers as to the performance of your school? I mean, I think personally, we've reached a point in charter schools, they've been around long enough. Charter schools should be heads above their district schools.
Yes.
And that's, I think the next step is to draw people to our schools because of that excellent performance. And I think a lot of that does come from your expectations as an authorizer to hold them to that higher standard. Like, let's raise the bar.
Which is what I said early on, of like, I think rather than quantity, we need to be looking at quality, which is this.
Yeah.
So determining what those competencies look like, and they could be a little different for different schools depending on the unique charter. And then say, hey,
go ahead.
We need you to do this, you know?
Because those assessments, those assessments are available for all schools. They just choose not to utilize them, because that is an open. All schools have the ability to access those testing, but a lot of schools don't want to.
Yeah.
Just nationwide. It's just, just not Utah, but nationwide. A lot of schools don't want to do that.
They're federal assessments,
Mhm,
that you're saying.
mhm.
But I
Yeah,
think
it's
that goes back
available.
to being fear-based.
Yep, mhm,
You know,
it
it's
is.
a tricky.
It's a
that's-
slope.
And that's a tricky thing.
And maybe rather than being punitive and penalizing, there's a reward incentive.
That'd be great.
That's, you know, a competency thing with a reward.
Yeah. In our history of this, I read the 23 version of the strategic mission, and I loved the history in this, but it did point out, I think this was Marlise Burns' word, but I think I underlined it. Typically, charter schools serve a higher rate of traditionally underserved student populations. 2022-23 school year was no exception for students who are economically disadvantaged, 29.5%, students with disabilities, 15.5%. And students were ethnic or racial minorities, almost 5%, 34%. And that passes my smell test. I mean, both in Utah and nationwide. I think charter schools, people often aren't satisfied with the status quo, with what's happening with their children, often because their children have a specific set of needs. And the district too, you can pick any color you want as long as it's black. And that's unfair to districts. I should retract that there's so much good work going on in districts, but I'm still a little tainted by what happened to my little guy. But anyway, charter schools do serve a higher needs population. So coming up with, well, what's high performing, what's success, it gets to be a challenge.
But with this, that's why it would have to be just a little bit unique to that charter, because I had the opposite experience in this charter school I taught at. It was not geared towards special needs. Now, I think the reason why overall is because we do have a lot of charter schools, Spectrum Academy, they're really geared towards the special needs, but a school may not. And this school did not. And there were a lot of parents who were frustrated because they put their kid there and didn't get the help they needed and they had to go back. So you have to be, it's the aggregate, it's not individual schools, which again comes to looking at somehow a competency that is a little bit unique. Not that it's cutting slack for anybody in a bad way, but measures what they are their charter sets them out to do.
Which our framework now does provide that pathway.
Mm.
Nobody's using it yet. Maybe they're exploring it.
Well, I think since this is the preliminary year, I'm just collecting data that option really hasn't been shared with the schools until we can get a few years under our belt and they can see where they lie in our performance framework as a default school. And then those conversations will start about exploring ways to do mission specific goals as you're describing.
Yeah.
Yes, mission specific.
Well, and that speaks to the communication piece too, because that's fabulous. So as many, touch points that we can have to share schools and, we'll share out that information.
So it's
too.
not a
So,
secret.
so it's not, that's not a secret. It's like, that's great. Like if you want to be evaluated on your unique charter, then I think that also encourages schools to go, yeah, this is what we do. This is what we do well.
Yes.
We're going to show you.
Yes.
And then we're going to tell everybody else about it.
Yes.
Now, in addition to us doing that though, we need to get the rub with the USBE to let us do it and not apply their own compliance and their own standardization. So when we get to the place where our charters demonstrate they can have the choice to choose their mission specific outcomes, and they're good for us, it is extra work to have to go and show USBE how they're doing though. When we need permission to not have those schools held underneath our accountability system, and then this bigger ship accountability system.
You have to go the other direction. I don't think you're gonna get there unless we can demonstrate. If you let us do what we're trying to do, look what is demonstratable things good that will happen, because I don't think just asking it, it's not gonna happen.
So is that where then the state charter school board advocates?
Yeah.
For the reduction
Yeah.
of the rules.
Right,
That are not statute based.
right,
Statute based.
right.
So
I think it's good, I just hear.
For a minute. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, well, I was just gonna say, but back to the state constitution, right? I think it's in there. I'm not a constitutional expert by any means, but the USBE has charge over education in the
They do.
constitution.
Yeah, that's right.
So to get them to delegate out something, I think is a very difficult it's a constitutional challenge
Yep.
too.
Well, and in their, sitting in their seat, they won't wanna make a decision that the legislature will then turn around and come back and
Yep.
say, what in the world were you thinking?
Mhm.
So that's why we sort of have to be a little bit, be able to demonstrate why it's a good idea.
But I still like the pursuit of this, right? Like
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
pursuit of it, right? Like,
Absolutely,
Yeah.
you know, it's
absolutely.
it could be a few chapters ahead in the book, but
But you have to look.
there's still a
You have
chapter
to,
there.
you have to write the outline.
No, I
You
think
want
it's-
at the end of the.
I think it's a great, and I actually think that the theory of it would go over quite well in the legislature, the theory of it. As soon as somebody, yeah,
Pilot and demonstrate that it works.
yeah.
Shift, coming from a different angle, okay, so think federal government. They're moving stuff from the US Department of Ed to states. That's led to a conversation about block grants. Familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay,
Assume we are.
okay, rather than US Department of Ed rolling out money to states and schools. They would block grant the money to the states and the states would figure out how to allocate it to the schools.
So you get money and you decide how to allocate it.
The state would allocate it rather than based on the.
For like all the
federal
federal,
funds.
for all the federal programs like Title I, Title II, Title III,
IDA.
IDEA.
So it moves, the money comes federally, but the decision making moves to the state.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so. That generally goes to the SEA. Right, State Education Agency. Okay. Imagine if it went to the governor of the state. And the governors of the state said for. The 80,000 kids in charter schools, it's gonna get allocated by the Utah State Charter Board.
Sounds good.
Never happened.
I was just about to say, the only.
It'll never
problem is that
happen.
They're not the single author.
And the governor doesn't have much to say about anything in regard to that. Our governor,
Because of the Constitution.
yes,
Because that's under the
So,
legislative purview,
yes.
right?
yes.
If the Fed decided they were gonna block grant it to the governor instead of the SEA, would that change it?
We would say in our state, it comes to us. Thank you, governor. Hand
Yeah.
it over.
Then how would they figure out how much we get?
It would be go to the legislature.
Yeah,
They,
see that.
Is the core of your comment though, like, what would we do if the state charter school board had discretion over a large amount of funds? Is that kind of what you're?
Yeah, what I'm trying to do is have you raise up beyond
yeah.
authorizing schools and overseeing them to systems change.
Mhm.
Right, and this shift from the feds to the states is gonna be systems change. And I'm just wondering where, if any place, you guys might play in that.
Right now, we don't really get money that, I mean, that we can allocate like that. It goes to the Well, it goes to the legislature, it goes to the state school board. The state school board does have some federal funds that they have
Yes.
accountability over.
So then it seems like you would need advocacy to the state board of how it should get allocated for charters.
We,
So.
yeah,
So. In order, one of the things we've been looking at, because of the reporting requirements, so many reporting requirements, you can probably speak better to this, but my understanding of what we're trying to move toward is to consolidate all the line items and basically have a charter pupil unit. So that because of the accounting with students will get the WPU, all students get that. But then because we can't bond for school buildings, we have a local replacement fund, which has a year lag, which we've cut down from a 2-year lag, so there is still lag. But then within all that, there's other programs that require specific, so if we can do our own block grant and have a charter pupil unit as that, then that would be a simpler way for schools to take that money, and then that would be unrestricted. The issue right now is with restricted and unrestricted and schools, but the bigger problem, and we can get another restricted, but the biggest problem is schools saying, but if I don't have money for that specific program, then I can't run that program.
yes, yes.
And so we
yes,
have to,
yes, yes.
I think, help schools say, no, we can just take this big chunk of money, and if we need it for that program, we still use it for that program, we still get that money. But if we don't need it, you know, as much for that, then we can do other things with it, it's unrestricted. So that is a huge systemic change that I think we're working for.
True.
Again, needing a lot of advocates to speak to the schools, understanding that, and legislators to understand the benefit.
Well, no, what you're saying, because a couple years ago, Lincoln and I tried to do that with a big pot.
I know.
And we got shot down like without even knowing it the last day. It's a really bad story. But that is part of what she said is part of it. And maybe in the charter world, it might still happen with the business people, because when we kept trying to do this, business administrators would say no. Because if you do that, we can't run that program. It's like, no, you can choose to run that program yourself if you want to. This gives you the choice. But the school people were our worst push against that. And it could happen with charters too, if people say, no, don't. We need to have everything come to us in little bits and pieces. Because then if you don't give it to us in little bits and pieces, then we can't run that program. It's like, no.
But I think some of the fear comes from, what is our authorizer gonna say if we're not
Yes.
following the, crossing our T's and dotting our.
Yeah.
It's like
So
though you're
that's-
describing like zoo-fed animals that get conditioned.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, they are conditioned.
Yes.
Versus going like hunting my own, like my design as a cheetah has been taken away, like. I went
Yes.
To like run the plains. and-
Train them, exactly. And
But I
this,
mean, I like the idea of like telling these schools, look, you need to think and who's gonna tell. you.
Yes.
Like you need to
Right, all
think
of
about
it.
not being a zoo-fed animal.
When you think about it just through the financial lens, I mean, or a nonprofit, but we are a chart of accounts set up on fund accounting. And so, I mean, we're dispositioned just already right there, just by our accounting structure, to have 22 different funds that are accounted for. To break and change from that, all of a sudden you have business people around the table that said, you can't change our accounting structure. I mean,
Exactly.
what are the auditors gonna say when they come in? I mean, it's like change management or change
Yes.
as well, because our current infrastructures, our current ecosystems are built on, in this case, if there was one lump sum that came to you, block grant, $10,000, do with it as you want, you have all the freedom. I don't think that charter world would be open arms to that
See,
because of the chart of account, just as one example.
but
Chart of
it's
account.
who's making the decisions. And if you say to them, you get to choose where that goes. Now you can decide before, definitely you need to decide where it's gonna go before you start spending it,
Yeah.
so that you can have an account,
Sure.
but you get to decide but you won't have enough money to do everything you want. But you can choose, we're gonna choose this instead of this. And this is where the competency-based thing that is unique comes in. But it is a new way of thinking.
New
They've
way.
never thought of it.
They've never.
We do need to, because I pulled my hair out trying to get that change made
Goldfish.
in Utah.
So Susan,
Was jumping out of the.
you're saying.
I was trying.
Constitutionally, that works.
Yes,
There's a framework for it
Yes.
constitutionally.
yes. It works constitutionally, and the legislature could totally do it,
What was the other?
but they
side?
won't.
What was what would the other side?
The
say?
pushback said, if you tell us if you don't give us that money in that pot,
Yeah.
we can't do that program anymore. And then under the table, what they would actually say is, but our board won't approve it. Well, then maybe it's not
It
in
just seems like
you.
such a shallow argument. Because you're saying, what are you doing, you want.
I'm with you, but that's not the way, like we said, that's not the way they're trained
They
to
have
think.
25, 30 years of work experience doing fund accounting.
Yes, and but it's like, it's their board can make that choice.
Yeah.
They're like, well, our board won't.
But it goes back to
Gosh, I'd
sharing
love to.
information, sharing these big
Right.
ideas.
I think this is an earlier chapter in the book, though. Like, that doesn't seem insurmountable. That
Well-
just sounds like education.
Guys, we got a very practical.
I tried.
We're gonna switch groups.
Okay.
I'm supposed to come in and read. our great ideas.
Oh.
So you also
We have
try.
lots
You
of
tell me
them.
they're great ideas, they say.
Systems of
Where
communication,
do we start?
Yeah,
systems of
here
communication.
we go. We've got some note takers over here that can tell you.
Your thing working?
No, it's not working.
You know, another marker?
All right, systems.
But yeah, Clint, you would, Clint, you wouldn't believe it. It is a real thing and it will blow your mind. She knows. She watched me.
And that'll be 5% that of
Education.
unrestricted funds that
Yes.
anyone can use unrestricted. You just, put your proposal.
Money,
Not take
business.
as much advantage of that as we hope.
No.
It's one of those things. I got it out. Be aware of.
Right, I
need.
Oh.
Well, part of the
Manage
communication, I think,
the
we do want specifics,
Funding.
because so as communication. So, right, categories.
Yeah, I think it'd be great if
Are we
you
in-
could start talking.
Collaboration?
What we'd like to do is make
We are on that.
your
Collaboration.
funding a little bit more unique.
Yeah.
If we were able, or making the, we're
You're
trying
on
to maybe even do a competency
so
base.
this
It's the
is
same,
change,
it's a little more unique,
If system change is
but
letting
you'll have
schools know
to
what they can
make
do
a site-based
of that,
decision on some of
like,
these
so
things.
just
Instead
expand,
of
yeah,
have it
just
delegated to,
expanding.
I'm telling
ideas
you,
for-
every,
because it is good practice to
and super
budget
general.
your money
you
accordingly.
should write it,
You should have.
yes, but you get to
different
do it,
runs
and having somebody else tell you what to do.
But
Interesting.
I like
I
the
know.
conversation.
Oh, my
This
goodness.
is what the also.
Story,
and
hopefully the
what
story.
Additional value and supports.
Well, when we tried to do that.
So authorizer supports, like with the lenders that, and reminding about your 501(c)(3) filings,
Yeah.
all those things.
Yeah.
Like that's really.
I think we also talked about like conditions where they thrive, like, jointly, I mean, we're already on the pathway of this, but jointly letting schools have input into their accountability metrics. And unfortunately, that's one that the trains,
Very close to switch.
leave in the station.
So if I put that circle of trust. That resonate at all?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
And that's gonna be at the top.
And did you put, does he have communication on
Yeah,
there?
that's.
Yeah, systems of communication
okay,
really
okay.
pulled out for me.
Yeah,
In that inform and educate.
I got received. Yeah. You did?
Any big themes missing?
I would say collaboration. We don't have that on there.
Mhm.
Or we want to collaborate schools
yeah,
to
yeah.
school. Boards to boards,
Words. Mhm.
board to schools, those types of things.
Sharing information and,
Mhm.
yeah. Best practices, all that.
But that was kind of that idea of expand team.
Mm-hmm.
Multiplier, we talk about that multiplier effect.
Okay. All right,
Are we going over there or
Yeah.
are they coming over here?
we're switching.
You or our whole group?
Oh, yeah.
Do we stay here?
Yeah.
Oh, you stay. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Brain over there. Yes, it is. It's.
And they got struck down, that's right.
It just solves it all.
Sure.
Right.
Actually, they talked a little bit about policy. That's a little bit of that over here.
Cool.
Okay, here's summarizing, here's their additional thoughts.
Alright. Well, you guys are coming across with smiles. Must have fun.
enjoyed ourselves.
Such a good time.
Anybody need a break for restrooms or should we just jump in and go?
We pursued great step. But, oh, we had it. Okay.
Or you can start it. I'll be there.
We'll do quick.
Sounds good. Sounds great.
Be a strategy, all right? So if I were to summarize it, it would say something like this. It doesn't matter if you're the biggest, strongest frog in the pond. If your pond dies, you're in trouble. Make sense? Okay, so think about the ecology as what's our pond? And how do we have a healthy pond? All right, so one of the things we said is we need to create that circle of trust. And that circle of trust is the board, the team, the boards of the schools, the leadership of the schools, the associations, the facility financiers, all of those different players in the ecosystem of strong schools. So how do we do that? Well, one of the ways is building these relationships of trust and respect, and that what was referred to this morning as relational capital. And so that was a key thing. One of the things we also talked about is that we need systems of communication. And so one of the things we talked about is that it's a key role where as the state charter board, you have a lot of information that's coming to you all the time. And so you can be a source of information and education to people. As an example, a source of information and education to charter school boards and board chairs. Source of information to facility finance world, right? To lawmakers, to chiefs of staff of lawmakers. And so one of the things that we talked about is what should the different communication channels, audiences, and mediums be? So for example, on mediums, what goes out by video, what goes out by audio, what goes out by written, what goes out in social media? And what's the message and what are the audience, what are they interested in? So as a simple example, I said something to the effect of, well, I wish your schools could have heard the board members why this morning. And like, if we could have captured that part, and then all of a sudden I'm like, I think it was recorded. And so a very simple idea to maybe give this some concrete would be, you know, board meets, takes a couple hours or a day like 6. Nobody's really gonna sit and watch and listen to that whole thing. But what if you took the recording through AI in it, said summarize this in a 2-page email that we could send our school board chairs or school board members or school board leaders and say, hey, the state board met today. Here's the decisions we made. Here's why we made them. We got an event coming up and here's a key date that you ought to know something of.
That's a great idea. I was just thinking we could even put it in a notebook and turn it into a podcast. Sorry.
Yes, 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 right. On demand learning. So another example was, you have 144 schools. You know, the state reps and the senators' districts. You could map the schools into their districts. And each year you could give them an update of, you know, here's the schools in your district, here's the name of the school, here's the grades they serve, here's their mission, here's their board members, here's their school leader, here's their phone number.
Got that.
You're gonna charter some new schools. Lawmaker, you got a new school that's gonna be in your district, wanted to let you know who it is, why it is. Right, so there's just some like simple, easy wins you could start getting into. You know, for example, Brennan and the school review team, when they're all visiting. They could maybe set up a coffee where the lawmaker gets to come and meet school leadership. Right, if you have to do an intervention, ability to give the lawmaker a heads up. You got a school in your community, we got a issue coming up, just want to give you a heads up. A lot of you are teacher by background, so you talked about the analogy of your teacher, you got 25, 30 kids, one of the kids is misbehaving. Do you deal with the kid or do you punish the whole class?
Hopefully deal with the one kid.
Hopefully deal with one thing, so,
There are kids, whole classes missing recess stuff.
yeah. So we ratcheted that up to the authorizer and said, okay, you got a school that misbehaves. Do you deal with the school or do you punish the whole group? And that led into a conversation about, is it a bad actor issue or is it something systemic? And that would change how we think about that. Okay, so. That's that. Now, we talked about permissionless versus permission bound. So context for that, if you're familiar with the Center for Education Reform and G.D. Allen, they've had the YES Prize. And through the YES Prize, they had the STOP Award. The winner got $1 million. So it was a big deal. I happen to be one of the judges. So in the STOP Award, the P stands for permissionless. Now, I just want you to think about that word for a second, permissionless. Right, so there's a lot of energy in states like Utah around educational freedom and getting more permissionless. So the juxtaposition of that is permission bound. So the question came as the Utah State Charter School authorized the agency, Are we more permissionless or are we more permission bound? And where do we want to be on that continuum? And how might that, because I think you're gonna want to be more permissionless, right? But you will never be permissionless, right? Public schools, public money, all those things. What if it's a continuum? What are the things you need control and permission granting for, and what don't you? What can be delegated? One of the things here we talked about is how do we expand ideas and expectations? So I had a lunch conversation about being in a group that has high expectations, high standards, and how people want to be part of groups like that because it makes them better. And so one of the thoughts was, how do you use your access to information, your relationships, your communication to help expand ideas out to people of what's possible? And also, how do you raise expectations? Right, so how do you set high expectations for yourself? How do you set high expectations for others? And how do you do that when it's not a mandate or requirement, right? So how do you use your charm and persuasion, your stature as the Utah State Charter School Board to elevate expectations of what's possible? We spent a fair amount of time talking about how it could serve as a value multiplier in different ways. And so, for example, we talked about, boy, wouldn't it be great if all the schools had access to lower cost capital for facilities and learning environments. And so I shared a story about an authorizer in Michigan that wanted that. And so we brainstormed an idea to host a luncheon with lenders. And lenders and bankers and bond dealers and lawyers, everybody that's associated in that, developers, came and had lunch. And there was a little program, some different speakers, but it was really a conversation about how can we make this environment more conducive for lending and ensuring this, the schools are able to pay back their loans and those types of things. And it was a really educational win-win type of atmosphere. So we were talking about ways you can be a force multiplier. This one kind of connects through all of them, but it was how to do more collaboration. Who should be collaborating with? How do you do that? What are easy opportunities? And that notion we talked about this morning is, how do you think about your team larger than the employees and the board members, right? So all those 144 schools, the association and network, like the lawmakers, the supporters and advocacy world. How do you think of that team in a bigger way? How do you collaborate with them? What can you provide them? What can they provide you, and how does that create win-wins? How's that for a summary? Okay, so your role now is to ask questions and clarification. Think, you like this? What's missing? How do you make it better? So I'll be the scribe. You guys tell me what to add, subtract, or build out on.
So systems of comm, right, communication. One thing that came to mind when you were talking about that is the phrase, everything is content. Okay, so our meetings, our approvals, our advocate, take it, leverage it, share it. Because there's good everywhere. There's stuff everywhere that we can capture, and having that mindset around the communication.
And how to synthesize it into.
And use tools. You could tell, Chair Spiker got very excited as she started to speak about AI as a tool that helps us be more efficient in that sharing. I can tell that was an exciting moment for I think both of us. Yeah.
What were the two big overarching themes? We did strong schools, and so what were the two, just as I'm thinking about?
So ecosystem.
Okay, thank you.
And system. we spent more time on the ecosystem. The systems change. I'll leave it challenge with your names.
Oh.
I'll give you an example. You're hearing about stuff shifting from the US Department of Ed and State Departments, right? And part of that they call block grant money. Right? Remember what I'm talking about? So I said, well, what if the money for the 80,000 charter school kids got block granted to the Utah State Charter Board and you decided how to allocate it out? That's kind of what they said.
I mean. It would be a whole shift in tides. In the state.
Yeah.
But I mean, but you never know what's gonna, I mean, what could happen in terms of state control.
Yeah, so let's say that isn't gonna happen, like we can't. But let's say it does go to the state board and they've got to allocate it out. Well, you've got an obligation, I'd argue. Or at least a may, that you could go to the state board and say, hey, for our portfolio of schools, here's what we think is a good way to allocate that. Why do we know? Well, we have relationships, we see their audits, we see their financials, we've been talking to their board members and their leaders, and. You know, we know that this got dumped on you and we got a solution. That could check a whole bunch of boxes, relationships, communications, collaboration, and solutions. Another big one on the systems change, smile as I say it, so Clint, with his financial background, used the word real time. Okay, so in the business world, they're used to getting information in real time. In education, you get information a year or two late, right? So I said, well, okay, you guys all like competency-based learning, yeah. And I said, well, what if there was competency-based authorizing? What if you could create a real on-demand time of performance information with schools? And it was more of a performance-based, competency-based system than how it currently is. What would that look like? Imagine you have key metrics that you're paying attention to. So I love the stoplight because everybody understands red, yellow, green, and the roads kind of work, so everybody can understand red, yellow, and green. So imagine that you've got red, yellow, and green that you can see, the school board members can see, the school management can see. It'd lead to better conversations, better transparency. So that was kind of the conversations we were having around the ecosystem, systems change, around the systems change. All right, jump in, make it better. All right, I'm gonna lead the witness then. Could you guys commission research?
That's my amazing, one of my amazing bubbles, actually.
Well, tell us about that.
I thought it would be amazing if because it was about the sharing of what's happening. That if we could like commission some, oh, you had that right on. Yeah, but permission, I didn't even see read that, but commission research, that elevates and shares our work. So I was even thinking like a collection of white papers, or every year we work maybe with the association on a journal or something where we're adding to the collective knowledge and putting it out there. I don't know if that's what I had on my sheet.
You are a repository of so much information. I don't know if you think about yourselves that way, but you could be doing 5-year longitudinal analysis.
It's the time.
You could be seeing patterns and trends of what are issues for new schools versus veteran schools versus all schools. All right, does that stimulate any other?
And that's definitely a really good step into sharing best practices with all the schools in the state, not just, right? We could send it, something like that could be shared with everybody, they could pick it up and say. And possibly see value in it, it could be a really good start to having some of those conversations between charters. Great.
So I never got this with the other group, but I wanna use that as a segue. You know, Mary did the big dreams, what if? Wouldn't it be amazing if? Are all of you parents? Okay, so if I said, go home and compare your kids against each other, what would you tell me? Bad idea?
I've already done it.
Bad idea.
Yeah, they all come with their unique strengths.
So why does it make sense to compare schools against each other? And why does it make sense to compare charters against districts? Because in my big dream, we get out of the fight between districts and charters, it'd just be schools and it'd be about how you're performing for kids and
Yes.
taxpayers. But like comparison culture is bad. Like in social media, like they say comparison culture is really bad. As educators, we do a lot of comparison culture. And I wonder if we're the people to break that.
How do you balance that though, Jim? Like there has to be. Like. I was talking to a parent about this yesterday at the high school, where my daughter goes to school, and she was talking about that she feels like the society's at a loss because we have lost the sense of competition, which is interesting about what you were sharing at lunch today. But she was like, there's gonna be a first, second, and third, and it's okay. And that her kids need to learn that, right? That you can be, right, that there's this level of competition. But I don't necessarily want it to be competition, but it's a striving for excellence. So maybe it's like, how do we frame the conversation that we do know that some schools are performing better than others, right? I mean, I don't know how to not see that. And we also know sometimes when schools are not.
Right.
I don't know, like how do we find the balance of meeting norm reference? I don't know.
Well, let's play with that just for a second, keep going. Because it is hard, right? But. Let's use our own kids for an example. Some of my 7 are more ambitious and doing better than the others. But it doesn't usually work if I tell the others, be like your sibling.
Right, that is true, good point.
What if you say, hey, are you being the best version of you?
Yeah.
Are you using your gifts? Are you applying yourself? Are you the hardest working, person in the classroom or on the court or on the field? And so I'm a big believer that not everybody should get a trophy, right? But I also believe that effort does matter. Like the effort has got to get to results. Okay, so I was on a binge for all the public speaking this summer of who controls what gets learned in the school. I'll ask you, who controls what gets learned in the school?
Ultimately, I'd love to say the student.
Students. I don't think it's ultimate. I think they control what gets learned. And if they don't want to learn, a lot of you been teachers, you really can't force them.
Yeah.
Okay, so next question, who controls what gets taught in the school?
Oh, that's a little bit complex.
The teachers. Absolutely. Unless you're standing there every second, they control what gets taught. So if the students control what gets learned, the teachers control what gets taught. Isn't that why all the research says that the magic is between the student and the teacher? So what if you could create an environment in schools where the kids want to learn? And the teachers want to teach because they're not doing all the babysitting, classroom management, like it could be magical. So could the issues that we've been trying to solve in all sorts of different ways, could they really just be right there? So I was at a school, the West Michigan Aviation Academy. It sits right at the airport. And I understand you have one similar. What's amazing about that place is the students have a reason for learning. Which is different than I'm learning state content in 50-minute sections and I move by the bell, right? I mean, think about our own lives. We learn when we have a reason and the desire to learn. And then we wonder, well, okay, well, why don't they want to be there? So part of what I would come back here is, do we have design issues? And I think you said something to that effect, Stephanie, when you said, well, what is a day? And what is seat time? And how do we pay? And so there's been a story going around about Bill Ackman, the hedge fund investor. So he's been promoting this new AI school. It launched in Austin, Texas. They're opening one in New York and they got some big plans. But their claim to fame when you read it is that AI is going to give your kid personalized instruction and it'll only take about 2 hours a day. So you're free the rest of the day to do athletics or do extracurriculars, violin, and just think about that for a second. That's kind of what homeschoolers do. When you listen to homeschoolers, we get all of our stuff done in 2 hours, we got time to do this other stuff. Some of the wannabe Olympians, they go to the online virtuals because they can get their stuff done and they can do their thing. Okay, so I'm digressing a minute, but part of that is what gets measured gets done. And part of your guys' job is to measure. So back to the framing of balance. I don't know how we get past the charter district divide unless we stop comparing ourselves against each other in unhealthy ways. I'm better than you, you're worse than me. Comparing each other of what we're doing for kids, how we're finding effective, what parents are looking for all day long. But charters aren't a type of school. A district isn't, charters are, I say it differently. A district and a charter are a type of organizational structure. They're not a type of learning program. So one of the things that I really admire out of Ted Coulter, he's been saying for 30 years, nobody will listen to him. Like saying if charter schools are good or bad is like saying 2-story buildings are good or bad. Or buildings that, the front doors to the east versus the west. It's it just doesn't matter. What matters is what's your learning program. So what I wonder is, back here on the framing, could you look at your 144 schools and say, these are the types of learning programs. And here's what we're seeing out of the alternative education programs. Here's what we're seeing out of the STEM. Here's what we're seeing out of the classical. Would there be things that you could see and tell out of that? And maybe in the reframing, you find a balance. I'm talking too much. You guys need to talk.
I like that. What do you say? Learning models, no, learning. So instead of schools learning. Instead of saying. Just learning learning programs. I like the language of that.
Was actually one of my my amazing ones. That every student was in a school and program that met their needs and that their families knew how to navigate those systems. I was thinking that because this year, both of my kids went to a new school, and even with all the knowledge I have, it was so hard to get connected to all the different programs and these people did, and I kept thinking, your average parent wouldn't know how to do this.
Right.
I thought, it shouldn't be this hard to connect with that. Because I don't know how to do it.
So that's an excellent point.
That's a really good one. I'm next to take that to dual accountability. So accountable to the authorizer, the public accountability. And authorizer or accountable to the marketplace, people voting with their feet. And how do you balance? as an authorization. Cause some will say, well, it's just about if they need to go there. Like, no, they want to. In the right blend. Between those two building mechanisms.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. I'll wrap up, on our side, I wanna, the team that was just in there, thought you guys did an excellent job for the first group that was there, so you guys did great. What I'm gonna be doing, and I'll do this along with Jim, is we're gonna be putting it together and providing it and talking with Paul, and so this isn't a one and done conversation. And then, as goals are developed, I know that's a big, focus of the board too, is develop those goals. We'll definitely provide this information to help inform that success. All right, Jim, anything to wrap up?
Are we coming to the finish line? We're in the red zone? Yeah. One thing I'd like to do is, if we could just run around, like, you walked in today thinking something, and you're walking out thinking something. What, anybody have a shift? Like, if we just go around the table, like. You can do, it's open-ended, right? I had a big aha, you got me thinking about something I want us to follow up on. And we'll take notes. So Paul, we'll let you go first and we'll give the chair the last word.
Okay, great.
I mean, just that we should be dreaming bigger. We can be, we don't need permission, but in many ways, like, it's there to seize. It is truly there to take this movement to another place. And I think that was a big aha moment for me is that, it's a new day. We have support today for success tomorrow. We talk about how can we make tomorrow better? And so I think the unity in making tomorrow better than it is today and to dream bigger and just was very inspiring. So that would be one of my biggest takeaways is let's go big, go big or go home.
I think I walked in today, thinking that and hoping that I was going to learn more about the system that is the State Charter School Board and the great work you're doing to improve the system. What I'm feeling now is actually some excitement and hope that we're actually going to be able to move past just looking at our own system and be proactive in actually making a difference in the overall landscape of education in the state.
I love that word, proactive.
Me too.
Probably went around and studied history and came up with the 7 habits of highly effective people. And his first habit is what? Be proactive.
Right, that's right.
Boom.
The Utah guy, Gabby.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's a good question. The things I typed, what did I come in with? I don't know, but what I left with is being anchored around kids. Thinking of chartering as a promise. I really like that. And then probably my last thing is the ripples. And I think our board with increased vision, and I mean the state, like the whole team, not just board members, but I think this group has the backgrounds, relationships, equity to really amplify those ripples. And it seems like we need to do that through relationship building, through communication, through just conversations. Those are some of the things that I've been expanding on today. I will expand.
You want?
Yes, yes.
Sorry, I was in and out. I think that, I don't know, I've always had I graduated from education, so I have like a little bit of experience kind of art school, but I think that education is not one fits all. And I think that hearing everybody, like what the board does and like being here and hearing everything they said. When a child gets an education that fits the way they process and they learn things. Can be such a beneficial thing to when they become an adult to be a part of society. And I think that overall, when children experience that education, society wise, work better.
Changes lives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have to say, Andrea, the only person in here that's a charter school graduate, right? Am I right? The ideal, like the hope for outcome, actually realized, good bragging rights for that.
You know, on the communication side, just, you guys could do like a profile of 10 charter school graduates. And put it in publication. That's very cool. That's cool.
Yeah, I think my big takeaway is a million ideas. I'm so excited. But ultimately, you know, I love Dr. Kramer always reminds us that we serve at the will and pleasure of the board. So I'm excited to see you know, where that leads and then like go after it and really, you know, take that direction and just accomplish more good things over the next few years.
I'm excited because I did come in with some thoughts that I've been thinking about over the last, 6, 8 months. And we touched on, most of them and looking at a pathway forward and lots of great ideas. So I'm excited to see where we're gonna go. I think it's great.
Yeah, we've discussed some real constructive ideas, I think, for communications and relationship building. And it was a very brief conversation with Mary in the other room, but that whiteboard those 2 whiteboards are jam-packed with a whole bunch of ideas and concepts about effective authorizing that, again, you're gonna print this up for us, right? So,
Yeah.
digestible way, but I look forward to just digging into those topics. I think they're excellent. It gives us a lot of things that we can think about and put in place in a real concrete sort of way.
Exactly. Yeah, I just would echo that. I came in feeling excited about the conversation and for us to, and in full transparency, I was excited for this meeting because it was a different kind of meeting. It wasn't going to be so it was more focused on our growth versus just transactions that we needed to accomplish. So I was looking forward to that. And I feel that this will be, I'm hoping, a fantastic springboard for us now to revisit our goals and how can we now restructure those so they actually meet the outcomes that we want, and how do we strategically get there, and then how do we help, how can our team really be elevated to do that work. So I think I feel like it's yes, and I'm looking forward because I think we don't, and then if I can just add this last piece is that I don't want this to, so I used to lead wilderness expeditions. And we used to say to the students after, imagine being out in the woods with 30 days with a bunch of teenagers. And we'd say, when you take that first shower, don't let the experiences of all of this wash down the drain. Don't let this be just a one-hit wonder, right? I don't want this to be, this was great today, and we got some great notes, and now we're going to go back to business as usual next month. Like, I really don't want this to wash down the drain. I really want to make sure that what we've talked about today translates into real action and tangible goals. That's my,
It's really good.
yeah, looking forward to that.
Any of you remember the motivational speaker Zig Ziglar? And they used to say, well, Mr. Ziegler, you just think you can do anything with motivation. And he said, no, I don't think so. I don't even think on my best day, no matter how optimistic and positive it was, I could take on Muhammad Ali. But he said, I do think I can do anything better with positive thinking than I can with negative thinking. So then they said, well, okay. Said, well, no, where's off? He said, yeah, he said, it's kind of like bathing. I recommend a little motivation every day. So just having a little fun, but
Yeah.
If by half of Mary me and the Institute, like, this was a privilege. I love the conversation. I love the spirit. Like, you just kind of can feel vibes. Like the vibe of the board, the team, the day, the digs, like there's so much here. And even the idea that the next time I come, this is gonna be filled with pictures of schools and the students and the people loving them. Like, the possibilities are endless for you. And so we'll see you next week at NAXA. We're hosting a number of different events that we'll make sure you get invitations to. But we will write up a summary. We'll give you our best stuff. We're only a phone call away. And if you wish, because we're in the world of choice, that there's more we can do with you, we'd love to be all in with you because you're going places. And we will be cheering for you. And where we can help the team, help you, we want to do that. But I just kind of leave you with a couple big hits. I truly think the communications, the channels, the message, the source, the content, the wisdom to your customers. Think about how we'll find that, right? Such an opportunity for you. You really can be. Instead of being a resource, I want you to think about yourself as a source. Two huge leverage point with those board members, particularly board chairs. And I could see you hosting, whether it's here or a regional event, an event just for board chairs. Or maybe the board chair and the school leader. But to have a couple hours and talk about similar things, like where could we go? A challenge. Could you find a school or two that you want to see something, you want to try something, and you ask them, hey, would you be willing to pioneer this for us? We'll have your back, but we want to see how it works. And maybe you commission somebody to follow them and study it. But the possibilities of what you have before you are really powerful. And Utah needs you, the kids, the families, but also state government. The pace of change in education is slow. The pace of change in the world is fast. And, you know, the collective we, I throw myself in, we can't change schools fast enough to meet the needs of the kids and parents. And so the learners are bypassing the institutions of school and doing their own thing. Technology is making that easier, but if I go back to make the world a better place, right? How do you focus your energy? How do you allocate your capital? How do you spend your precious time making the world a better place through education? I can't think of a more noble cause. And you swore an oath, so get at it. We're on your team.
Thank you. Thank you. I know.
Thank you, Jim and Mary, again, for your time, your expertise, sharing your passion and helping us find ours. That means so much to us, and we're just so grateful to have you in our corner. I don't know if that's but just really that we are partners, and thank you again. And you don't fly out till tomorrow, is that correct? Oh, no, see, because we were about to all be like, okay, you need to go here, you need to go here, you need to do this.
Not wait till 8:30.
Oh, okay, well, great. Well, some of us, I'm sure will, it's just so beautiful. And if you have a vehicle, you can get out and explore. We look forward to seeing you. Many of us will see you at the conference, and I'm sure we'll continue to be in touch. So with that, that concludes our business for today. So we can adjourn our meeting. There is nothing left on our agenda. I just want to thank you all so much. And really, it's been a